I need to reclaim the Sentinel artifact. Stabilizing the ether reactors would be an ideal use of your time.
Done. Stop sail. We will handle the rest.
Trapped in the sphere of Psychoth, Nexus had no chance. Mortally wounded, she yielded to the dark ether. Her spirit now only lives on in me.
Ignore that cheap knockoff of your fallen friend. My family takes priority now.
Eddie, you let her die inside that orb. You could have saved her.
And risk releasing the Forsaken. Maxis chose her fate. Mary and Samuel did not.
I got across the undead balloon.
Name's John Blanchard. I need eyes on Dr. Panos. While he's on the loose, Director Richtofen is in grave danger.
Really? You promise?
That said, as I'm staring at my game trying to think of new topics to make videos on, my thoughts kept coming back to my corner of PS5 games, and in particular my copy of Spider-Man.
Nice.
Kicking undead ass and chewing gum. It's what I do. They really don't have any situational awareness, huh?
it's the thing that reignited my faith in nostalgia game. So getting Spider-Man 2018 mediocre and absolute shit. And I thought,
That is nasty.
while between Phil Spider-Man Miles Morales wasn't the greatest thing ever, that was what it was. Succeeded at what it set out to do. It's not by any means.
Tear them to pieces! I intend to take you with me. Max ammo.
What's the story of Marvel Spider-Man? Well, similar that to Nancy, after starting the rapid
I have zero fucking clue what is going on.
This is my particle accelerator lab. It needs to be reactivated. Carefully. Well done. On to the next.
that attaches itself back to Harry, who then becomes Venom. Following this, we enter the Devil's Breath portion of the story, i.e. the second, but ultimately main story, where the symbiote uses Harry's own good intentions.
Repair.
Careful. This is right about when they like to fuck up.
Perhaps reliance on a singular power source is at the heart of the problem.
Scheiße! Why are you all incapable of doing anything without incident? I'm seeing significant improvements in system stabilization. Excellent. Cycling the accelerator has taken some pressure off the reactors. Well done. One more thing to procure at the mutant research lab, and then you'll need to get to Tower 3. Sam has blocked it off, but we have a portal-shaped ace up our sleeve.
Sure feels like it. Boom. Meat shower.
I regret all I put you through. But now I can finally have a life. Do not try to take that from me.
Yes. Think of all you suffered to bring back Maxis, when she knew all along it was impossible. All I ask is that you unmurder my family.
Attention. Low gravity conditions expired. Graviton levels within normal parameters.
Setting and then relegate the flashback scenes to short highlights. You could have cut this mission down to like 5 minutes at the one. Instead, we're barely in the war where we're expected to eat. Then only a few missions later, you have a mission where you have to eat Emily May instantly. Once again, we're barely in the door. We have to walk around this facility for 15 minutes. Later on, you go to...
I wonder if I could get a side of flan de coco with my order. Got the hot hand today. Vámonos! I'm just getting started.
Currently circling towers. 1, 3. Whatever.
Multiple varieties of random combat abilities makes for some good variety. It's solid, but in a lot of these missions, they feel far too dragged out. For example, there's a sequence of missions one after another where at first Miles is trapped with Martin Lee and is expected to fight to the death. There goes 3. You have to fight 3 separate health bars and then fight an internal battle against Martin Lee as he's attempting to infiltrate her mind. Then immediately after this, the next mission has you fight another 3 health bar boss fight, followed by another 3 health bar boss fight in the exact same mission. That's 3 boss fights, one after another, that in total take up something like an hour's worth of gameplay. Is there any reason why every single fight had to be dragged out for so long? It seems like the simplest tasks take forever. Breaking Tombstone 3 takes forever. Being in Peter's mind when he's taken over by the symbiote takes forever. The boss fight with Supreme has 4 separate health bars for no reason. And I think most egregiously, the entire first mission takes forever. I understand the idea of making the Sandman boss fight long and elaborate, with multiple different stages within the boss fight being used to establish different mechanics in a more intimate setting. But then after the boss fight is done, you have to do multiple cleanup missions when these could have easily been cut and nothing would have changed. Is there any reason why they needed to make everything so elaborate? And the sad thing is, despite much of the game feeling drawn out, the story feels truncated and rushed in certain areas. A friend of mine used the phrase scope creep, and I feel like that's the perfect way to describe it, because this game obviously tries to do far too much in not enough time. And as such, there are a lot of things that could have been cool but simply had no time to be fleshed out. It's like every individual moment is stretched out, but the story beats themselves feel rushed because the game simply tries to do too much. The overarching plot attempts to tell the entire symbiote arc in like 15 hours, but really it's more like 5. The arc of Harry coming back from the dead, catching up with old friends, realizing his strength, the symbiote belonging to Peter, Peter turning to the dark side, defeating the symbiote creating Venom, Venom taking over the city, and the defeat of Venom. Meanwhile, it also has to fit the story of Craven in there, as well as the payoff of the previous games of Martin Lee, as well as try to fit several other subplots of varying relevance. The game makes the same mistake as Spider-Man 3 the movie and tries tries to do too much, it also attempts to tell a story that needed more space. As such, many plot beats take a hit. For example, there's a point in the story in which Harry realizes that the symbiote gives him amazing powers, and he becomes her de facto sidekick. I believe they were essentially trying to do an Agent Venom type deal here, something that a lot of people have a lot of fondness for, but this lasts all of 2 missions before the symbiote bonds itself to Peter. The whole thing about the symbiote is kind of a neat idea. It attempts to manipulate the host by preying on their insecurities, their negative emotions, in order to make the host subservient. And in this case, it makes Peter subservient by preying on the fact that he's still heartbroken over his inability to save all the people he's failed to save, most notably Aunt May. But as for the time spent with Peter being corrupted by the symbiote, this lasts like 4 missions, and in canon, he has the symbiote for all of like a day and a half. Matter of fact, there's this subplot about how Mary Jane needs to write a front-page-worthy news article for the Daily Bugle to keep her job, and she needs to do it within a week of the game starting, and she decides to write a hit piece against Spider-Man after one battle with the Lizard causes too much destruction, followed by a snarky conversation that Peter has with her. And that's the impetus for her writing a scathing news report. And then later, they do this thing where the symbiote attaches itself to Mary Jane and she becomes Scream. In this case, preying on her insecurities in regards to Peter and their relationship. But she gets turned to Scream, and then she's able to snap out of it after a single boss fight, which in real time is like 10 to 20 minutes. Which means the plot point ends just as quickly as it began, and hilariously, Mary Jane's inner turmoil of wanting to be a journalist at the Daily Bugle and her relationship with Peter pretty much begins and ends in this mission. She gets a call from J. Jonah Jameson about how great her front page story was, and she gets a promotion. The exact same mission she decides to hell with the Bugle and quits. All of this, literally all of this, could have been cool if they'd have just let these plot beats breathe. If you ask me, I feel like there's a lot of this game that feels plainly truncated. And I feel like the reason why this game can't make the most out of its ideas can largely be blamed on a lot of unnecessary bloat. Aside from the examples I've already mentioned, there's a particular mission early into the game where you have to help Black Cat. She's being hunted by Kraven's hunters, but during the chase, she steals a magic wand which she wants to use to get to Paris. Obviously, with her past history, we have difficulty giving her the benefit of the doubt, but ultimately she keeps her word. She teleports to Paris, gives you the wand, and that's that. And let me ask you something. What the was the point of that mission? I get that this mission allowed them to show off the hardware by having us teleport around a lot, but what point did that mission serve from a story perspective? The only thing that came of it was Black Cat telling us the location of Tombstone, which could have easily been established in a number of different ways.
Heard some chatter about the field boundary in Williamsburg. The radio outlet was Hunter Center. Sounds like Tombstone there.
But they wasted time, effort, and resources that could have been allocated elsewhere on something that felt completely superfluous. And there are multiple instances of this, and unfortunately a lot of it has to do with Miles. Here's the thing, I misremembered Miles being less imperative to the story, but now that I've played it, I can safely say that he is a lot more important than I remember. But still not nearly enough. There's a large chunk of the game that doesn't actually involve Miles at all, because the main part of the plot has to do with Peter, MJ, and Harry. Not only that, but most of the villains don't really involve Miles because they are villains specific to Spider-Man Classic. What investment does Miles have with Sandman, or the Lizard, or the Scorpion? Nothing, and he feels like a hanger-on. And to be quite frank, that is part of the story. The idea that he is sometimes a hanger-on, and the fact that sometimes he plays second fiddle because he's not as quote-unquote important as Spider-Man Classic.
Yo, man. Been a minute. Need any spider help? Actually, we're all good. We managed to rescue Tombstone before Kraven could get his hands on him. We? Oh, long story short, my buddy Harry, he has some sort of powers. Gets all kinds of butt with him. He's gonna be a big help with these hunters, that's for sure.
Wait, is he one of us now?
Sort of? It's all happening fast, but we'll talk later. Gotta run.
Talk later. There's that a lot.
But the idea of establishing something like that is you're supposed to subvert it, not reinforce it by not giving him enough to do for 2/3 of the game. It's to the point where there are multiple instances where you're obliged to play as Miles and have to do what is ostensibly a main mission, but is only a mission that establishes a string of side missions. The most egregious of which, in my opinion, would be the mission on Coney Island where you have to test out the Mysterio, where among other things you have to do a 3 or 4 minute rhythm sequence. did they waste resources on this? This is such a bloated AAA gaming thing to do. Meanwhile, when it comes to the side missions specific to Peter, guess what? They're all completely optional. None of them are forced upon you. You can choose to do them, or you can choose not to. But they needed to give you a reason to play as Miles, so they made it a point to make side missions main missions. Because they couldn't give him enough main missions, because guess what? He wasn't as imperative to the plot as he should have been. And that's the tragic thing. When you really look at the involvement of Miles in the story, some of the issues in the pacing can sort of be blamed on him. This was a major element in the game's advertising, the idea of freely being able to switch between two Spider-Men, but apparently Captain Obvious wasn't around to let the writers know that you can't attempt to focus on two main characters equally, because one is always going to come across as more superfluous, or at worst, come across as an afterthought. And they definitely tried to make Miles as important, given the fact that they gave him just as many alternative costumes as Peter, but that's indicative of the struggle right there. Miles has existed since, 2011, and it's great to see that he's so quickly become as iconic as he is, but you can't attempt to equally focus on him when it comes to content like alternate costumes, because Peter Parker's Spider-Man has been around since, the 60s, so he has so many more decades of alternate costumes to mine from. The attempt was admirable, but in execution, it didn't really work out, which is a statement on the whole game, really. But the sad fact is, I don't think there was anything you could have done with Miles that wouldn't have taken away. If you excluded him from the game overall, that leaves a big old elephant in the room as far as where the guy is and what he's doing. But at the same time, you could have theoretically reallocated those resources into fleshing out the more important characters. If you try and give him equal billing and try to give him just as much story involvement as Peter, then the game risks being bloated, but at least then you'd be making the most out of him being there. But if you tag him on as an afterthought, well, he's an afterthought. They put themselves into an impossible situation, and I feel like he was caught somewhere between options 2 and 3. So regardless of where he falls at a moment-to-moment basis, either way it's not giving him the recognition or justice that he deserves. I like Miles, I really do. I thought he was really good in his own game, a game where he had relationships with all the characters, a story relevant to him, and when he actually has something to chew on in this game, it's some of the best storytelling this game has to offer. He had a quiet character arc going on in the background between himself and Martin Lee. At one point he has to rescue Martin, but he hesitates because he feels that Mr. Negative deserves to drown. Much of his dialogue after that involves him considering what he would do if he had the chance to face Martin Lee again.
Someone gotta know. Know what you're thinking, Miles. This is not on you. You can't let him live up here. He's just another kind of prison.
It's not that easy.
Never said it was.
And he comes to terms with his feelings. He wants more than anything to kill Martin Lee for what he did to Miles' dad, but he comes to understand that holding onto your anger will only ever bring you more pain and suffering. So while he knows he can never forgive Martin, he's able to let go of his anger. And this also leads to Martin Lee's character arc, where he goes inside the head of Miles and is able to see the suffering that his own blind desire for revenge against Norman Osborn has wrought. They end up working together to save Peter, and Martin ends up turning himself over to the police as they say goodbye with him turning a new leaf, hoping to be able to one day atone for his sins. It's a good story arc that bubbles up in the background and is given proper screen time, proper build-up, and proper payoff. The same would go for Craven. After refusing to die in a hospital, he finally finds a worthy warrior to fight and to die at the hands of with Venom. That's another story that's given proper build-up and is paid off in a rather satisfying way. The sad fact is, neither of these things are the main plot. So good as they may have been, you're still dealing with the issues of simultaneous bloat and truncated storytelling. And the biggest casualty of this would be the entire story of Venom and the symbiote. Let me be clear here. While Venom was only introduced in the 80s, I don't think it's controversial to say that Venom at this point is the most iconic Spider-Man antagonist, full stop. And they completely wasted it. They took one of the coolest characters in comic books and made it so that from introduction to defeat, he was there for maybe 2 hours of gameplay. I remind you, those 2 hours included an entire story arc in which symbiotes took over the city, which, if they weren't specifically ripping off Web of Shadows, it certainly felt like they were. Then again, Web of Shadows was probably based off some other older comic. It's one of those facts that boggles the mind. We can't fully reconcile it. 2, maybe 2.5 hours? All for the Venom story arc? I understand that with the story playing out the way it did, there's only so much that you could have done. Once the symbiote was taking over the city, there's only so much story to mine from that other than stopping the symbiote. But surely there were ways to extend the story arc so it didn't feel so rushed and so half-assed. It should have theoretically taken up half the game in order to give it the weight that it deserved. And just looking at the way the game played out, there were ways to reallocate resources, reallocate overall game length in order to pump up the parts that needed to be pumped up more than they were. Cut down missions like the cleanup after the Sandman boss fight. Turn missions like exploring the old high school or exploring the Emily May Foundation into truncated cutscenes that get the point across but don't eat up tons of resources or time. Cut out missions that serve little to no point, like the Black Cat mission, and as much as I hate to admit it, certain missions for Miles that really should have been optional, and then take those extra resources and extra time and really rebalance the game to focus on paying off the more important elements. Give us more time with Agent Venom. Give us more time with Peter being corrupted by the symbiote. Make that payoff of Peter turning a new leaf feel earned. Then using every other last bit of resources you have, pump up the third act full of steroids. Have Scream be more than just a one-mission character. Have the symbiote takeover be longer and more elaborate. As a matter of fact, if you want to compensate for truncating the story involvement of Miles in the first part of the game, you can use the third act. There's the aforementioned mission where Miles and Lee have to save Peter. What if you expand on that idea? What if you have a chunk of missions where the entire city is taken over and the only people left are Miles and Lee, and you have to save Peter and MJ in order to start clawing the city back? I think that's an idea with legs that could have extended the third act by a couple of missions, and that's only one idea. Point is, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 at the end of the day comes across as a giant missed opportunity. There were a lot of neat ideas and some rather well-executed ideas. I would even go as far as to say that there were some parts of the game that actually surprised me, in the sense of I remembered the game being worse than once I played it I actually found more to like. But the overall package is a complete and total mess. One with resources and priorities all in the wrong places. And that's why to me it can only ever be classified as a complete and total disappointment. It's the type of game where the gameplay is inherently thrilling, and if I ever just wanted to pop in a Spider-Man game to swing around and do random missions, this is possibly the best choice. But I also don't really feel like I'm ever going to want to replay it all the way through again. There's only so many times I can get to a specific mission and think to myself, before realizing I'd just rather not bother. I'll never get tired of playing through Spider-Man 2018, even if the gameplay is as refined or as deep, because that's a game that engages me on a different level. And like I said, it's because of that game that I did hold Spider-Man 2 to such a high level of scrutiny, but even on its own, I can't exactly say that I would ever feel the urge to replay Marvel's Spider-Man 2 all the way through again. That's all I've got. If you like what I do here and want to support the channel, you can leave a like, tell me what you think, subscribe, and hit the notification icon so you're always up to date on what I'm doing. I have been the King of Snark Style right here on Tactical Bacon Productions, and I will see you next time. Stay crispy, my friends.
Alright, so look, Spider-Man 2 is my most anticipated game of 2023, and I don't think I'm alone in saying that I feel like the hype came and went, kind of like me and your mom. Hello! While I still love the game and all the changes they made, I don't really feel like it was enough. Now, Spider-Man 3 is probably going to be the last game we get from Insomniac in the Spider-Man series, and I feel like they really need to deliver. So as a huge fan of these games, I want to throw my 2 cents in and maybe give a developer or two some ideas on how to make Spider-Man 3 the best in the series. Heads up, some spoilers will be mentioned. With that being said, sit back, relax, and give me a rent. Let's get into it. So starting off, I'll preface this by saying I want a time skip. I say this because I feel like we need to see these characters aged up. For one, I want a video game adaptation of an older, wiser Peter. Now this game introduces Silk, and I feel like the logical approach would be, at least in the beginning of the game, to have Miles as like the main Spider-Man, right? And Silk as the up-and-coming one, much like Miles was in the past games. And Peter in like an advisory role. You feel me? Plus, we can literally give Peter a beard. Insomniac, you want Game of the Year? Give Peter a beard. I've never played with the original face model for Peter. I think his name is something Bubniak. But honestly, the original face model looks way better. I don't think most people would disagree with that. Very different. But that's to say, he actually looks like a mid-20-something-year-old Spider-Man. You know, the new dude is just Tom Holland. You know, I'm sure they did that intentionally at the time with the movies. But this dude right here, yeah, that's a fucking twerk. Now, okay, so with the beard, at least we can give him an older looking face, you know, to encapsulate his change into like an older Spider-Man. And I mean, you probably think I'm joking, but like genuinely, if we're going to be introducing Green Goblin, Peter's most evil villain, probably, we set the tone immediately. We have to set this tone of like, okay, this game is going to be way more of a mature story, higher stakes. I don't know. Peter needs the beard. He needs the beard. And I don't know. This is such like a small thing, I guess, but I feel like it matters if we're going to set the tone immediately. But with that being said, switching over to Miles, I feel like I want a time skip for him especially because I feel like he needs to grow up. And that's probably wild as hell to say, considering dude's dad just died, but I feel like that made Miles grow up. Okay? That didn't make Spider-Man grow up. Miles Spider-Man grow up. And this is a little side rant, I guess, going off at this point, but I feel like when people are like, oh, they murdered me, whatever, you still think they made Miles look stronger. Peter's at a point in his Spider-Man career where he's tired, and if you listen to him and his dialogue, it goes by kind of quick, but like he's telling himself he's tired as shit. He's been Spider-Man for what, 6-8 years, I want to say? So it's like, Miles hasn't gotten there. He's nowhere near that, even in this game, when he takes over as main Spider-Man. So I'm not saying I want Miles to reach that point, but I want him to start approaching it. I want him to see why Peter is so tired. So with the time skip, I feel like we can have Miles start to approach Peter's mentality. Maybe not get there fully, but like start to understand why he's so tired. And this is probably just a writing issue as a whole, but I feel like Miles' dialogue in particular can be kind of cringy. Peter's can too, don't get me wrong, but I feel like coming out of Miles' mouth it's very hard to sit through sometimes. So maybe if we can age him up, give him the experience of fighting enemies that kick his ass all the fucking time, we can get some more realistic dialogue out of both of them, And also, side note, I don't want to start roasting the fuck out of Miles, but like, can we please give bro a better hairstyle than this bullshit? Look, dog, look, this right here is just fucking tacky. And it pisses me off because I saw some concept art of like his hair. Yeah, they chose this fucking ass haircut. This Killmonger has got to go. Anyway, let's pivot to Silk. Now, Silk's a character most people don't know about. I didn't know about her, honestly, until this game, really. I knew of her, but not about her, But with Silk, there's some things we cannot adapt. Obviously, if you know, you know. I'm not going to talk about it here. Peter would catch my case. But no, Insomniac has a chance to, like, really shape how a whole generation sees Silk as a character. So getting her right is extremely important. Now, digging beyond the surface of her being like another Spider-Woman, she's Korean American. So I think it would be really cool if we can incorporate her speaking Korean into her speech, or just, random bits of like Korean culture, dialogue, what have you. Another big step for differentiating her between Miles and Peter is her webbing. Now, her webbing is actually organic, something the other two obviously don't. And it comes from her fingertips, not her wrists. So it'd be really cool if we got new animations to show that off. That'd be really cool. But also in the comics, she's very much like Peter with a few key differences. And with this game in particular, we need to show in part on those differences. Which leads me into my next one. Spider-Man 2's combat was greatly improved in the first game. It was punchier, it was snappier, made for a really, really fun experience. However, Spider-Man 3, you have to make these characters stand apart from each other because it's 3 fucking people, right? So how do we do that? Well, take inspiration from. And alright, listen, hear me out. Don't click off the video, hear me out. Now, Sonic Heroes is a game where you played 3 people essentially, and you were split up into speed, strength, and flight. Now, obviously nobody's flying around in this game, so we'll switch that for stealth. But with that being said, we'll look at Silk again. Now, Silk in the comics is fast. She's very much faster than Peter, So my idea for her combat style would be making her almost play like a speedster. So I mean, how do I propose that? Please. No, we make her combat almost like a Red Dead Redemption Dead Eye mechanic, right? So like maybe when she's fighting, we can fill up a bar and hit like, I don't know, like the triggers or like the sticks or whatever, and it goes into a mode where it's like slow motion. You can start tagging all your enemies and you release it, and then like really fast she goes around and KOs everyone. We can also just make her combat much more faster in general. I'm thinking with her claws, because Silk does have claws actually. We can make her play almost like Catwoman from the Batman Arkham games.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That game's good.
And also, if I recall from those games, Catwoman had much less health than Batman. So maybe, and I don't know how balanced this would be, but we could give Silk a smaller health bar. But also, that would balance it.
Okay, what's up, people? I got my McDonald's here. Big Mac time. I don't know how these videos still get views. I still get like 400 or 500 views a video. I pretty much do the same thing every video. Oh no. Gotta love a Big Mac. Oh, you want that, don't you? I know you want that. That looks good. Mm.
With her Silk Sense, which is a stronger form of Peter's Spider Sense. So maybe we nerf her health, but we give her a bigger window of opportunity to dodge attacks. And like I said, Silk Sense allows her to see people coming even quicker. And there's a joke there, but I'm way too mature to make it. Alright, now switching over to Miles, I feel like we need to make him into the stealth guy. Now, a change I want to see from Miles in particular is making his invisibility infinite. That might be a little overpowered, but I'm purely going off cool factor. And I think invisibility is cool as hell, but his doesn't last very long at all. Like, I'll be invisible and it runs out before I know it. And it's like, I'm fighting, and this fucking stops. And it's like, nigga, did you know that I can see you? And I mean, if we can do that, honestly, this would eliminate really any need for, like, the MJ missions, right? Save for if he's unavailable. But if we need to gather intel or whatever, we can just play as Miles and do so, you know? But no, I want Stealth to play a bigger role in combat for Miles. If I recall, he had like a handful of takedowns that used his invisibility, and they were cool, but I feel like we need a bit more. So one of my biggest pet peeves with this game is how similar the two play when they're fighting. So a way to alleviate that would be, we could give Miles like a combo, or like a very common combo, where his invisibility is in play. You know, maybe as we're punching, he'll go invisible and surprise whatever enemy is targeted. Or maybe it stuns and or shocks the enemies around him when he goes invisible, you know, when doing his combo. I don't know, something like that. Something that, like, makes him different than Peter, you know. Now, obviously, Miles is great electric fighter. So he needs more combat that uses his venom powers. Now, with that being said, honestly, bro, and we can make it optional, but let's give Miles his electric sword. Insomniac, you want Game of the Year? Give him his electric sword. But no, I want his electric to be, like, intimidating. You feel me? I want enemies to kind of freak out, or at least comment on his powers when he activates them. And one thing we can implement is like a mechanic that lets us add electricity to our knuckles and our feet, letting us deal out even more damage against enemies. And if I recall, there was a mechanic in the Miles game where you could activate the venom powers like at will, and it would like show up on his body. Like, imagine a system where you can fight and like you fill up a bar, and it activates a power, bro, just goes Super Saiyan. And I mean, there was like an anime influence with some of Miles' powers. Like, this is pretty much just like how man. But again, I feel like his combat needs to be more intimidating. And speaking of intimidating, this might be a controversial opinion, but I feel like we need to let Peter keep the symbiote.
That's not ridiculous. That's not ridiculous to say.
Because in the game, they literally say that it bonded with his blood cells, you know? And I really hope they don't pull, oh yeah, somehow we got it off, you know, type of bullshit next game. But that being said, Peter would be like the brawler character. You know, I want him to hit the hardest. I want his attacks to be like the most devastating. You know, and instead of being like a crush, we can have him use the symbiote as like an extension of himself. And this all ties into the time skip. You know, so maybe we can make Peter's animations a bit more disciplined, a bit more straightforward, a bit more relaxed even. You know, I don't want him to fully depend on the symbiote, but like he can be in control of it. You know, kind of showing Peter's mastery over the symbiote. And personally, I think him having the symbiote would be like a really good way to make him unique, make him a unique take on Peter and Spider-Man as a whole. But those roles only really serve to highlight what each Spider-Person is best at. You know, if you want to do one thing as another Spider-Man or Spider-Person, whatever, you can do that. You know, just know that there is a Spider-Person who is best at that thing. But anyway, let's pivot to talking about traversal and the small changes we can make to make it even better. So the most apparent upgrade from Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales is obviously the swinging. It's more fluid, it's way more fun. You have the web wings, and with the addition of the swing assistance slider, swinging in this game was easily the best it's ever been. However, there's some things I want to add in Spider-Man 3, and there's small changes. You know, this section isn't going to be very long. I feel like Spider-Man 2 kind of perfected it, but there are some things that I feel could be added. So with that being said, if anyone really did play with the swing assistance, they could have never turned it to 0. You know, there was a point where if you swung too low to the ground, you would just kind of like stop, like your animations would stop. And I mean, it makes sense. However, it felt like a punishment. With that being said, I want to give us a mechanic to where we can run on the ground instead of like stopping the animation and hitting people. You know, and it's funny because I feel like that mechanic was in older Spider-Man games, so I feel like it wouldn't be much to bring into this one. Another thing I feel like we really need to implement is the use of illusion. I know it's not really traversal related directly, but okay, let's look at it, right? Based on how it's like use reflection. This Matrix like using whatever, but not much is implemented. And we're not going to talk about that trash last week.
Stops the ether reactors from going into meltdown. I need to convince Sam to relinquish the Sentinel artifact.
Sure, whatever. You two psychos enjoy your pissing contest.
Trapped in the sphere of Psychoth, Nexus had no chance. Mortally wounded, she yielded to the dark ether. Her spirit now only lives on in me.
Ignore that cheap knockoff of your fallen friend. My family takes priority now.
Eddie, you let her die inside that orb. You could have saved her.
And risk releasing the Forsaken. Maxis chose her fate. Mary and Samuel did not.
Insta-kill.
If you're hearing this, my name is John Blanchard. Keep your heads on a swivel for Dr. Pericles Panos. He's killed at least one of my teams and is absolutely insane.
Hello, it is nice to meet new friends. Have you been outside? Did you get to see the hedgehog cloud?
wonder if I could get a side of flan de coco with my order. Woohoo! Got the hot hand today. I want maximum standoff capability, high caliber, and anodized flat dark earth. That's nice. That's real nice. Odds are against me, but you gotta play to win. Ask and you shall receive.
I'm starting to think maybe those 5G towers actually did do something to people's brains, but this shit is horrible. And there is a stunning animation in the game. It's just this game doesn't. Restroom and open your top of your chair and enjoy the game? Like, what the fuck? It is not an open world game. Some of the greatest games of all time don't have swimming in there. I didn't see anyone making a big hoopla when Elden Ring didn't have swimming mechanics and water levels. People just genuinely want every game to fail and will find the most outlandish things to pretend to be upset about in regards to them.
safely in West Virginia. Is your payload secure?
If you mean the so-called Sentinel artifact, yes. As we can deliver the miracle of remains.
Enter the manhole and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Smack dead in the ganule. Do your thing. I'll wait. Oh, see, Mama lied.
Ready to dazzle a born skeptic by creating a life out of thin air?
Indeed, I am, Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete some final arrangements.
Bonus points.
So, does it make them, or are there like tubes or something? That's nice. That's real nice.
Begin with Hassan calling out Budahar for only donating $200,000 to charity. Hassan dono shames Budahar for giving away 400K different things. Brand is tiny.
Was during $200,000 in charity, and it was like out of my personal account. So I don't write any of this off the taxes because I don't believe in writing on charity for taxes.
Both charitable donations.
I see you have arrived safely in West Virginia. Is your payload secure?
If you mean the so-called Sentinel artifact, yes. As we can deliver the miracle of honest remains.
The director retrofitted this mansion to host what you might call my hardware.
I very much wish to examine your mainframe, Sam. That sounded less cynical than intended.
How about that? Made him even uglier.
Max armor.
Ready to dazzle a born skeptic by creating life out of thin air?
Indeed, I am, Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete some final arrangements.
I have no idea how this works. It's just FM. Ask and you shall receive. So... No, stop talking to the box. It's weird. Me gusta. Advantage Alvarez.
That's something I gotta work on as well. You know, something I gotta actively push back against, like with all the Clippers. I still don't know how. I still haven't been able to figure out. I guess like with overwhelming force, we just need to do positive good PR to just.
Watch. Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? Welcome to a brand new episode of Watch. We got conviction. We got court updates. We got potential for this. We got everything in it. I've gotten comments like, oh, he knows all this. We want to come to the things because I can't do things he's not a law enforcement officer, and I know they can't do anything. They can't be positive. Shut up, eat me, okay? Some of these people in this video, they got convicted for our work, the work that my team did. Yeah, they got convicted. I'm so tired of these YouTube lawyers hopping in the comment section, just defending these PDFs. It's the weirdest thing. So, I am so excited to make this episode because this is going to shut up a lot of people. Because now what do you got to say? Huh? What do you got to say now, huh? These type of videos never lead to any convictions. You know, you might have got the arrest, but the conviction's a whole nother. Nope. We got the conviction. So, we're going to be going over everything, man. First, we're going to start off with, like, the updates on court stuff and everything. So, the people that I'm going to talk about, they haven't been convicted yet, but looking at the court stuff, it looks like it's going to be a sure enough thing. So, first person on the list we're going to be talking about is Mr. Alvin Ross. Because I don't need long to have his own pleasure. That's right, y'all. So Alvin was arrested on August 16th, 2024
arrived safely in West Virginia. Is your payload secure?
If you mean the so-called Sentinel artifact, yes. Whether it can deliver the miracle it promised remains to be seen.
Enter the men house and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you ever sense a smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Like a crusty undead balloon. Espérate. Don't you want to see my ID? Got the hot hand today. Come on, dual handheld miniguns with unlimited incendiary ammo.
Skeptic by creating life out of thin air?
Indeed, I am, Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete some final arrangements.
Tear them to pieces.
I don't want to know what those chunks are. Grounded that ugly bird. Anywhere else is a miss.
4 years and does not have any limitation or anything. Nothing like that. And he's eligible for parole in August. You gotta see if he does it. And objective is 2027. Now, whole thing about him being convicted is that I would think also in the process of getting involved in like, you know, body cam footage, all that stuff, right? But making it 400 and woke something to the VA office that I thought was posted on my community tab. Make sure you guys like stay updated on the community tab because he put his updates and stuff. But let's see what he does. So this right here is a copy of a letter that he wrote to the DA's office while he was in jail, right? I'm gonna put it up here for you guys to read along with me, but this is what James wrote to the district attorney. Dear District Attorney of 485th District Court, I am writing you today to ask for a light sentence. My his handwriting is horrible. To ask for a light sentence or probation for my charge. I take accountability for my actions on my part. I still haven't heard anything from my attorney. I am truly sorry for my actions. I would like to prove to you that I mean what I say, and I would do anything to but I just need a light sentence or just probation. I am willing to plead guilty for a chance to go back into the world and show my worth to everyone, especially my daughter. Thank you for your. Now, the funniest thing about him talking about his daughter is I contacted like some of his friends and let them know.
I see you have arrived safely in West Virginia. Is your payload secure?
If you mean the so-called Sentinel artifact, yes. As we can see the miracle is made.
Enter the men house and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Good effect on target. Better not be wasting my time here. Huh, these are fun.
Sam, is everything in place to deploy the Sentinel artifact?
Almost, Sergei. We are still a few steps short of our shared goal. The restoration of Agent Nexus.
Come on, dual handheld miniguns with unlimited incendiary ammo. Ask and you shall receive.
no visitation rights and stuff. He's 25 years old, so he's only a year older than me. Literally, he's leaving behind his kid and all of that just to come meet a 10-year-old. You know, like I guess I look at these videos as deterrence, man. If you cannot control your urges, you know, if you can't just think to do the right thing, let this be a reminder for you to do the right thing, because either you're gonna get caught by me, or whoever you're gonna do it to is gonna rat you out, or you're gonna get caught by the police. Those are the three options. You know what I mean? And it is genuinely. It's sick and disgusting. You shouldn't do it at all. But it's also just not worth it, because him making this one decision takes 10 years off of his life. So he won't be able to get back to his regular life until he's 35. And then his life's not going to be regular, because him and everybody else that's getting convicted with this stuff, they're going to have to register as sex offenders. So literally, for the rest of their lives, this is just going to be following them behind. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just genuinely not worth it at all. And yeah, man, I think I just lost a subscriber, so I'm pretty sad. Very sad. So last but not least, this dude was actually like probably the filthiest EDP we caught. Not because of like what he was saying to the decoy and stuff. This dude just literally told us straight up that he hadn't took a shower in over a month. Like, absolutely disgusting. His name is Edward Foster Jr.
What did you go for shaving cream? You're allowed your stuff. Yeah, no.
We did this catch with predator poachers, and we did this all the way back in October. And the crazy thing about him is the county that he did this in, Washington County, Missouri, they were not playing with his ass. They were going hardcore on him. Like, I mean, it was crazy. I think they hit him with 14 felony charges. Obviously, like, it went down closer. But his lawyer was taking it to trial, man. Like, I actually had to testify during that court case. I wish I could go more in depth on that cross-examination. It was some of the funniest stuff. You know, I just don't want to get into any trouble or anything. But yeah, so eventually, like, when he got more closer to the jury trial, I guess he wised up and was like, yeah, there's no way we're winning this. So they ended up putting in a guilty plea. So he pled guilty. And let's go over the charges, man. I mean, they hit him bad. So for his first charge, for attempted statutory rape, he got 4 years, right? The second charge, for attempted possession of CP, got another 4 years. Then he got a charge of attempted possession of CP again, 2 years. Then he got attempted age misrepresentation with intent to solicit a minor. So I think the reason why they hit him with that is because he pretended to be a minor at first. So he was like, oh yeah, I'm a minor too. So he got 1 year for that. So in total, it comes out to 10 freaking years. So just praise God, praise God. Great work by the Predator Poachers team. I'm going to have their link down in the description below, man. I'm very happy that we were able to tag along. Now, I'm going to let you guys know, we probably have way more convictions. The thing is, though, is we just don't get calls being like, hey, just wanted to let you know he got convicted. Like, sometimes they'll do that, but for all the ones I went over today, no. It's like, you have to go back and you have to look it up. So, if you guys want to go and see if there's more, I mean, I would really appreciate if you guys could, help me out and keeping track on these guys. So all you guys need to do is you need to type in wherever we got the arrest county. So you'll type in blah, blah, blah county court records, right? Or you can type in the state as well, but more importantly, the county. Then you're going to put in their full name. Obviously, every video we say their full name and stuff. And then their full court document should pop up, man. This is public information. Everybody can go look it up. Like I said, man, there's probably way more convictions that I just haven't seen and stuff. It be like that sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I could literally just find every person, but I mean, we do a lot of these, y'all. So can't remember everybody, and we're very, 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 very busy. The last thing I want to say, man, is I know you guys are probably like, Dion, you got a lot of other cases way before. What happened with those? So I'm gonna pop up the videos right here. So this video, this video, this video, this video, and there might be a couple more. All these videos, right? The county that was in charge for them is Galveston County, right? Galveston County, once they got the documents of the DA's office, they just decided just to drop all the charges, man. The thing is, it is not because of our evidence or anything. These DAs are just scared. Like, they're scared to lose. If you guys don't know how the DA works is, they'll get you to plead to a lesser charge, so that way on their record they get a win. When these dudes literally confess, we got them on video, we got all the evidence, we got them showing up. It would have been the easiest wins for them, but they just dropped the charges. So I'm absolutely disgusted at Galveston County. And the thing is, though, is even though they dismissed the charges, they can still pick it back up. So I'm going to put all the information to the Galveston County DA's office, and I urge you guys to put pressure on them. Like pressure, man, because this is absolutely ridiculous. So I'm gonna ask you guys to put pressure on them. These are the names of the guys that they let go. Yeah, call this DA, blow them up. If they feel enough pressure, we've done it before when we pressure DAs into doing their job. It's sad that you have to pressure organizations that you pay. You know, like I don't know who the head DA guy is, but I'm gonna pop him up right here. You know, the people of Galveston County, they want you to do your job. If you want to get reelected, do your job and stop letting child predators out back on the streets, man. This is absolutely disgusting. You know what I mean? How you gonna say you're hard on crime, but you're letting these dudes go? Do your freaking job. So yeah, call this number, blow it up, and demand that they do their job. And I'll let you guys know if we get any updates for that, because if they would have did their job and stuff, these dudes would have been convicted, and we would have had way more for y'all. But they just dropped the charges, even though we gave them all the evidence, we gave them everything. It was literally all. It was enough for the police to arrest them, but the DA's office, without even looking at the evidence, were like, "Oh, it wasn't done by ICAT. No. We have convictions in the state of Texas, so you can't be on something. Our stuff can't be prosecutable. It can't. And it will, because we're going to force you guys to do your job. But I really don't got anything else to say, man. If you guys enjoyed this video, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and share. Also, if you guys want to support what we do, please go subscribe to us over at NewYydFh.com. Over 22,000 members. We actually just did a giveaway where we're giving away a Nintendo Switch 2. We'll be doing that.
Did you guys know that the statistical chances of you hitting the Mega Millions is something like 1 in 302 million, which is like 0.00003% or something like that? If you guys saw somebody win the lottery, would you then assume that you all of your
I want maximum standoff capability, high caliber, and anodized flat darker.
Tear them to pieces.
Ever since Grand Theft Auto 3 reimagined this series as a 3D narrative sandbox, the franchise has printed money. It is one of the youngest and fastest growing in the industry, only trailing behind Mario, Tetris, and Pokemon in total sales. Grand Theft Auto 5 itself is second only to Minecraft in all-time user installment. We've already talked on this channel about how publishers and journalists across the industry have been basically begging for Grand Theft Auto 6 to raise the standard price of games to $100, not because that price is justified, but because they know records worldwide and will easily ship millions and billions of copies within minutes of hitting the shelves. One venture capitalist firm, driven by investment in gaming, has taken an analytical stance, making a bunch of predictions, including an ambitious suggestion that Grand Theft Auto 6 will generate $7.6 billion in revenue in just 60 days of launch. On LinkedIn, Convoy's Josh Chaplin posted a series of predictions based on internal chats of the firm. For those not in the know, Convoy is a firm focused on investing in platforms and technology on the front.
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful.
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, die. I only thought it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
On the platform. One of the most ambitious predictions is centered around Grand Theft Auto 6's division revenue. Grand Theft Auto 6 will generate $7.6 billion in revenue in the first 60 days of its launch, starting May 26, 2026. This will be the greatest video game release of all time, shattering players.
Right where it counts.
They estimate in a plus $5 million, $80.
This is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
Espérate. Don't you want to see my ID? Got the hot hand today.
Venture capitalist firm that is focused on video games and emerging tech. They don't make games, they build funds. Investment strategies, fund capital, starting almost up to They are not
I promise, the Sentinel artifact will deliver results. But using it may prove as difficult as it was to obtain.
Seriously? I swear, Max has better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the Dark Ether.
I wonder if I could get a side of flan de coco with my order. Oh, see, Mama lied.
Yes.
So, no, stop talking to the box. It's weird. Looks weird. And I'm feeling kind of weird right now.
And when a firm like Convoy goes public with a $7.6 billion sales hit 100 billion. But now, they think after the disaster of Battlefield 2042, they're going to somehow pull in 100 billion people. What are you thinking? How do you believe these snake oil sales? Sure, part of that projection is because they're going to have a free-to-play battle royale mode.
Bonus points.
I mean, this is a battle royale right now. It's essentially the exact same thing ever since Legends, Warzone, Fortnite, PUBG. Anything else to enter that conversation with games, it's starting to be there.
You have proven yourself resourceful and resilient. Even if I help you keep fighting.
I think some of them are. Some of them are watching the players how much video games can make. But they don't make that kind of money. You know, last year
Over the last 100 years, North America's population has shifted a significant amount. While the East Coast and Midwest are still significant centers, the western half of North America has experienced some of the biggest changes over the last few decades, with millions upon millions of people moving for better opportunities, resources, states and provinces to the west. Yet of all places in North America, none of them
Greetings and salutations. You are smaller than I remember.
It's not my birthday, but it sure feels like it. ¡Pum! En la cabeza. Situational awareness, huh?
We can extract you now. I checked the rotor shaft and skids myself.
That is nasty. Vegetable or mineral? Bring it on!
Max ammo.
Sending out the herd? Oh, never mind. Here come more.
Bonus points.
Better. Gonna lay down ordnance on these cabrones. Pack a poncho.
Kaboom!
Got an evac with your name on it if you want it.
Nightmare fuel.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
Specifically targeted people in other provinces, especially inexperienced, like healthcare planners or educators, to help bolster their economy.
But you know, the average cost of a detached home here in Edmonton or down in Calgary is about 1/3 the price of what it is in the Greater Toronto or Greater Vancouver areas. We've also got Canada's lowest taxes and the lowest cost of living, plus the highest wages and incomes, and lots of big opportunity.
Once in Alberta, people had larger families. Due to higher incomes and relatively affordable land compared to places like southern Ontario and British Columbia, people could afford to build bigger houses, and even, in some cases, sustain one-income households, allowing mothers to stay at home and raise kids. Although this affordability has declined in recent years, Alberta still has one of the highest birth rates in the country, with an average of 1.45 children per woman, compared to just 1.1 in neighboring BC.
But by using more energy, they need to produce more natural gas, right? Just as an individual, if I use more energy, they need to produce more natural gas. And natural gas is a limited resource, isn't it?
100,000 by 2021, or 150 per season.
Yes, that's correct. Increased demand for electricity due to widespread adoption of free energy sources like wind and solar power paradoxically leads to higher consumption of natural gas. Natural gas is often used to stabilize the electrical grid during periods of low wind speeds or sunlight availability. This balancing act requires flexible generation capacity, typically provided by gas-fired power plants. So, while the overall share of renewable energy increases, the absolute amount of natural gas consumed may rise in tandem with total electricity demand.
Red Deer, a city located midway between Edmonton and Calgary,
Time to fumigate this place. It's worse than a summer in San Juan. Ah, tastes like back sweat. Like a crusty unsaid balloon.
Your efficiency has been noted. Subject 10 eyeball nation is... it's fine.
Got a clear path for exfil, but it will not lag.
The Premier of Alberta even voiced support and expectation that Alberta will become the province's next million-person metropolitan area. Patient that Alberta will become the province's next million-person metropolitan area, which, given current growth rates and strategic position between the two largest cities in the province, it's definitely not out of the realm of possibilities. The Premier is very keen on this due to it helping the case for a high-speed rail connection between Alberta's two largest centres, which, if built, would make Red Deer within commuting distance to both the largest centres, further encouraging people to move to the regional city for lower cost of living and commuting opportunities. Grand Prairie is another one that could see significant growth, and not just from traditional agriculture and oil-related industries, but also with high tech.
Hey, I just seen something. I just watched a crazy video. Like a million miles from Alberta. Yeah, did you know the next 20 years, Red Deer is projected to become Alberta's third city with over 1 million people? So, within the next 20 years, they project that Red Deer will pretty much be as big as Calgary today. Look at how crazy that is. Fucking Red Deer. Yeah, like Alberta's Canada's fastest growing province. In 1967, you know Fort McMurray, like by Grand Prairie? Fort McMurray only had 2,500 people in 1967, and now it has like 70,000 people. Yeah, well that's just Alberta in general, because we're the oil province and we have more jobs than other provinces. And apparently we have cheaper housing, right? So a lot of people move here from all over Canada and even other countries, obviously, too, the India shit. But I find it crazy that, because like Red Deer is going to start building some transit systems, so they're going to have like the C train in Red Deer, and like Red Deer is going to, in like 20 years, in the 2040s, Red Deer will be as big as Calgary. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, Red Deer, like to me, just seems like a rundown ship, or kind of like, I don't know, I would suggest that Red Deer and Lethbridge, kind of like same culture, you know? And I don't know, I just never seen Red Deer as like being as big as Calgary, you know, like look at our downtown, all the skyscrapers and stuff we have. Like can you imagine going to Red Deer in 20 years and you see skyscrapers like Calgary? Well they're building it out, and yeah, they're saying like because of Sylvan Lake and stuff, like Sylvan Lake will connect with Red Deer, and it might become a municipality of Red Deer or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, their crime rates are so high. It's funny, I cost Red Deer a lot of tax dollars, didn't I, with all my charges? Because the Red Deer police had to do investigations on me, and then forward the legal proceedings to Calgary. just thinking though too, like, fuck, since Katie lives there, I hope that I hope the cost of living in Red Deer is super expensive, because if they really want to grow Red Deer that, because you got to think the reason why they say that too is because Red Deer's in between Edmonton, the capital of Alberta, and then Calgary, the big city in Alberta. So Red Deer being in between Edmonton and Calgary makes it like a hot spot, right? So that's why I think it's going to grow so fast. But if it grows that fast, what's the housing prices going to be in fucking Red Deer if all those people are moving there? They're going to drive the housing prices and shit up, aren't they? Like the reason why Calgary can be so big is because obviously we have so many skyscrapers. Like we don't just have all suburbs. Like Red Deer doesn't really have any skyscrapers yet. But look at all this. Like I have 2 skyscrapers just right next to me. I have one beside that park, and then I have one down the street by the Canadian Tire. Like I have 2 skyscrapers like right next to me, and I'm not even like fully downtown in the main area. So like, and Red Deer doesn't have anything like that. So they're either gonna have to start building those, or housing prices are gonna go crazy. That's why we're able to fit so many people in Calgary, right? It's because we have all these skyscrapers. Well, they should be going crazy because they say that's over the next 20 years. 20 years is a long time to grow the population that big. That's what they project. But I mean, if people keep immigrating to Alberta, which is happening, and Red Deer is in between Edmonton and Calgary, like that's like a major hotspot. They have 2 lakes. They have Silver Lake, and they have another lake. So. Yeah, I'm not very self-sufficient. I guess with my age I am, but get it straight. The main reason I don't want to do that either though is because I think I'm pretty dead set on moving to Thailand. Like I am honestly pretty dead set on that. I've lived a long time away, so it's not something I can be 100% sure about. But like if I didn't have these charges on me, no criminal record, I would seriously be looking into moving to Thailand this year, next year. Yeah, bro. It's 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028. So I might be able to leave here at the end of 2028, 2029. I can't really go when I'm finished though, because I want to, like you said, I gotta get that passport and stuff, and I'm sure I can get a passport even on probation and stuff. But I want to be ready, you know, like I don't want to get a passport still 2 months into probation, not knowing like if I'm gonna get approved to get a visa, to live there, and shit. Like I want to do all that shit when I'm off probation, so I can't just get up and leave the day I get off probation. Well, I'm gonna seriously look into those like 2028, but I don't get off until halfway through 2028. And then when I come off, I don't plan on moving until a couple months after probation. So probably end of 2028, beginning of 2029. That's still like 3 years away. I know. I mean, the good part is I'll definitely have more money by then. That's the only good thing. So I think I'll for sure be ready by then. That's why I wish I still had time to get up because that there's kind of registered at what like I wouldn't have to have like $500,000 whatever, but like 10 times that I have it now. So I don't know if I look at 10x that shit. Well, it feels pretty damn impossible. I know I haven't been applying it a lot of places, that's what you're going to say, but it feels pretty damn impossible when I eat fast food pretty much every day, and every fast food place I go to is all brown people. All. No white people. Like what? Yeah, I would work at that fucking Canadian Tire. I'd work at those places, but when am I gonna get a job? Like, how am I gonna get a job? My resume is pretty shit. My resume is pretty shit. Yeah, but they have an excuse, I don't know. Yeah, actually, what would be a good excuse is I should say I'm getting a bachelor in business because I've only been out of work for like 2.5, 3 years. I should say I'm getting a bachelor, but 2.5 years into it, I realized the bachelor in business, 2.5 years, I realized it wasn't for me, and I'm kind of in between stuff right now. I'm looking for a permanent position or something. But that would look good. That would look good on me, right? Yeah, but yeah, I'm getting a bachelor, and that's pretty good. There's a lot of people who do that. I see that on YouTube a lot. People do that all the time. Yeah, so I think that's the excuse, right? It's like that way I'm not overqualified, but it's also like, okay, he has all this work experience and he was in college. No, they haven't asked me, and plus I'm 23, almost 24, so it's like, I lost that. Like, who still has the paper for the diploma? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who made that, but I feel like most people would be like, when I moved out with my parents, I lost that. Yeah, and I mean, you're about to give me like 100,000 in silver here, anyways. For my birthday gift, I mean, it is your money that you gave me. I can help you anyways. I have $74 on shit place. I spent $10 to bring it there. I don't know. Do you want this 74 to help with my gift? I know, but a lot of this is Shake Pay rewards and cash back. Like, I do spend the money, but I get Shake Pay rewards and then I sell it. Like, Bitcoin went up, I've been getting Shake Pay rewards. You gotta think, I spent over much for that phone I get $1 a day. So just like $30 of that is just from shaking, and then like 10 to 15 of it is from Shake cash back rewards. That's like $45. And I have 74. I only spend 20. I only spend 10 of the 25 days. So like, what was that? Like, the Shake Pay rewards are money I can spend on food tonight. So I don't like a lot of it isn't the money I earned from shaking. But you don't have to. No, this is money that I got from the Shaky Rewards. I sell it. Like if I have $25 on my PayPal, are you gonna say that's from you? No, that's from my Atlas Earth. I've been saving up on Atlas Earth too. $25 on my PayPal. It's not a problem. I'm gonna get what I want. That's like, you don't help. I don't budget all. Like my ace should be enough to cover my rent and my food. Even if like I forgot that. You know, I get 1,900, 1,500 is rent. It's like it's much more than enough for food. 400 should be enough. But it's obviously I do. I know I spend more than that, obviously, but it's like half. We did get soup. We did get soup. I fucking made a soup the other day. I made a soup the other day. You think that we made soup and cheaper? Okay, fine. Let's get the premix soup. That's easier for me. Sure. Yeah, because you're saying get the soup. Okay, I'll get the soup. I'll get the premix soup. I literally chopped up all my own vegetables the other day. I took the fucking legs off the chicken. I made my own soup. So if you want to get premix soup, you think that's cheaper? Sure, but I highly doubt premix soups are cheaper than homemade soups. Like I am getting defensive because I don't know where the fuck the money goes. Like you say you would spend as a family, you would spend like a couple $100 a week or whatever. And we as an individual, I spend that. But I don't know where the fuck the money goes. You can say the fast food, but the fast food is cheaper than the groceries at this point. Like I can if you spend $25 a day, I spend $25 a day flat. You spend like $25 just on a single steak. That's like a snack for me at the grocery store. And I know there's cheaper things than steaks, but I'm just saying the fast food is pretty fucking cheap because I also get McDonald's points. So I get like a free meal every time, you know, and fucking only like $10 to get a fucking meal there. Like I got a Big Mac meal today, it was $11 with the coffee. So I'm just being defensive because I don't know where the money goes. Because you say, like, what do you spend money on? Because you say you only spend a couple $100 a week, but I spend that just on myself. So where does all the money go? No, I know. So where's the money going? But I also think it's easier when you buy in bulk, and especially because, like, for example, the other day I made spaghetti with that ground beef, but I had to de-thaw it. I had to right when it was ground. So I was like, oh shit, well, even if I put that shit in a bag and leave it for, it's gonna be bad by tomorrow. So I just cooked the whole thing. I gave half of it to Chica. If I had a family, I would have just cooked all the ground beef, all the meals together, and that would have fed the whole family. But since I know it's just me, I'm like, I'm not gonna eat the whole thing of ground beef. I want a meal. I know I'm not gonna eat all that. But I gotta cook it all because it's gonna go bad by tomorrow and I can't refreeze it. So I just cooked half of it for Chica, right? Well, I don't understand either because, I mean, you budget for your family, so, like, how do you know that you put that much on food? Like, you get this much food, like, that's what I used to get, remember? I used to eat that. I love canned food now. I've been eating a lot of corn recently, corn in the cob. So even if it's something like canned corn, I love that. Canned beans, I like that shit. Like the horse bed bugs list at the department, I had fucking cupboards full of canned food that I didn't eat, but I don't eat that now. I didn't really like canned food back then, but I eat that shit now. I still like canned food. Something I decide, but And the problem is too is in Canada, red beef is more expensive than most other countries. And Alberta is famous for red beef, and I fucking love red beef. You know, I fucking love steaks, but it's like $20, $30 for a single steak these days. And like it's crazy because you go to the fucking there's like Wellington steak is like $12. It's a cheap steak. So it's crazy. You go to the grocery store and you buy a steak on a home platter and you get a cheap steak. And it's still over $20 for a single fucking steak. And like that steak you brought me the other day from the grocery store, it was a big one. It wasn't like $15. It was a huge, huge one. It was like it was a shitty one. You did get that big steak for $15 the other day. That was like a really shitty steak. Like there was like no fat, there was no marbling. It was like it was a really weird cut. I don't know what kind of steak it was. I tried it in past. It wasn't a great kind of steak. On the grill, it's still better than pan fried steak for sure. So I can eat it all, but yeah, like even the cheap steaks, they're really shitty. But even $15 for that single steak is like pretty much a snack. It's not a full meal. Yeah. Yeah. And he said it's 100 a week. I mean, I could live on 100 a week going to McDonald's every day, but I don't think I could live on 100 a week going to the grocery store. Like I eat $100 in like 3 days. Yeah. Yeah. I just don't know what the problem is. I think obviously you're not the only ones who ever yeah. So like, yeah, you obviously shouldn't have to, and then people keep voting liberal, acting like this is normal. Just keep going in debt till it's too bad. Yeah. But that's the thing that's annoying that I don't understand, because in America they realize things aren't going great, so every 4 years it seems like they switch from Democrat to Republican. Obviously doesn't work, or at least they're trying. Whereas in Canada, it's like you don't even try. They just keep electing liberals. No, this time's different. This time's different. This time's different. It's never different. Yeah, like at least like give Pierre Poilievre a try. I don't like Pierre Poilievre. He's kind of a dickhead. I've seen some things about him. Like even they call him Maple Beg as if he's like Pierre Poilievre would make fun of Trump's family and stuff. Like Trump hates Pierre Poilievre. Pierre Poilievre wouldn't pick up the phone. A bunch of people who like Trump were friends with Trump. Trump went on a bunch of podcasts to get elected in 2024, and the same people who ran those podcasts asked Pierre Poilievre, and Pierre Poilievre wouldn't respond to them. Like Pierre Poilievre is a dickhead. I don't really like Pierre Poilievre, but at least try something different. We've had the Liberals in for over 10 years now. We could have at least tried the Conservatives, like, right? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I only spent $11 of that 25 he sent me today. So. I hope we get more canned food, because I don't like any of the beef they give. Like, if we're gonna buy beef, I'd much rather buy from the grocery store and it's more expensive. When it comes to like canned food and stuff, it'd be nice to get that stuff, you know, free. Cause I do. Alright, good, yeah. Cause I especially like corn and green beans, but even brown beans would be good. Or then there's canned beets too, right? Those would be good. Yeah, I really like canned beets. Put them in the pot and boil them, and oh, they're really good. Yeah. I just remember how years ago all I would get is canned food, and I'm bitching about it because I wanted meat, but now it's the opposite. Because the meat there sucks. They give you vegan stuff, and they give you shit in the tube. It's like I'd much rather just yeah. I'd much rather just get the beef from the grocery store. And the crazy part is, we're still seeing the prices before the tariffs. Like, the tariffs haven't even really kicked in yet, so what's going to happen for the next couple of years? Yeah, it'd be nice if we became part of America, you know, housing prices would go down, and so would groceries. And it's the boomers who do the majority of the voting, at least in this last election, and they don't want to become American because obviously, the boomers, the most expensive thing would be healthcare because they're old. Like, if we lived in America, obviously things would get cheaper for us, but for Papa, like, if you ever had like a heart attack or something, that would be expensive. You know, that would be like tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah. But and that's why, you know, the boomers do a majority of the electing, and the boomers own all the houses, and the boomers benefit from free healthcare. So the boomers love Canada. They're like, I would never want to be part of America. Elbows up. But like, to, you know, the younger generation, millennials, like your generation, it's like, Canada doesn't do anything for us.
I need some help. Ahora.
How about that? Buy Canadian. Yeah, well, I'm gonna stay up all night and probably be up to like 12 tomorrow.
What the hell is
Yeah,
hexamethyl-phosphate and
well, they came all this time for the next one. Yeah, they let's put up with Nana. I haven't talked to Nana in like 3 weeks. I called her today. She didn't answer. It's like, usually Nana calls me every week. She hasn't called me in like 3 weeks. Yeah. But it's just weird because usually she calls me like once or twice a week, but she hasn't called me in like 2 weeks. So I called her today. She forgot about me, I guess. Forgot to mention it. She doesn't know who Blaze is anymore. I don't know what day of the week it is. That's Monday today. probably be using that money in the morning, honestly. Like, it's not going to be up all night. I'll probably use, like, find something in my food. I don't actually even know what I have in my fridge or freezer right now. I'll probably make some, like, cereal when I get hungry tonight. Like, McDonald's isn't open. I can't even go up past 10 anyways. I'm not hungry right now. I'm going to get hungry in a couple hours, but I can't go out at that time. And plus, McDonald's is only open when you drive. It's not like I'm going to eat at the whole either. Yeah, I could order food, I guess.
But that's what I mean. Like, you don't have to go out just because it's there. Like, it's not like I wouldn't recommend a lot. Like once every couple of months.
Yeah, no, I haven't. It's pretty crazy. It's the longest I've gone. A very long time.
But it's not in the night. You don't have to. I'd rather you not try to go out with you guys will, like, show up. They obviously do because they have a whole department dedicated to
Max armor.
Yeah.
Kaboom!
Anyways, okay. Well, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll call you tomorrow, and I'll call you sometime. Maybe like closer to lunch. On a break.
All right.
Sounds good. I'll talk to you, and then I'll go into work.
Okay, talk tomorrow. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Deploying energy mine. Good effect on target. Didn't anyone tell you spitting is bad manners?
Outside with a gun. I don't, but I'm like, dude, these people are insane. Boogie's not even the craziest one in that room still. There's a point where Mudahar goes, oh shit, is someone stealing my car? And he runs outside with a gun. And then he comes in 30 seconds later and goes, oh no, it's chill, it's just my brother. I'm like, this pseudo badass weird fucking shit he's doing is not it. And frankly, he's so mean-spirited and nasty, and he has this weird thing where he like
says phone Rich, he tells Boogie, dude, why don't you upload more? I upload every day and YouTube's not even my job. I was like, shut the fuck up, bro. I think he thinks his real job is being a day trader. I might be wrong about that, but I think that's what he's doing. But I'm like, yes it is. Shut up, bro. Uploading every day. I really got turned off by Little Hard on that one. Really did.
So your car is imposing and he lies about having a job outside of YouTube. Those are pretty heavy accusations. But who has the time to watch you over a decade of videos and streams to check if he's telling a consistent story? I certainly don't, but I know a much faster way of achieving the same results in only a few hours of effort. I can just search all the distribution managers at once for certain keywords, and timeline of plays is now.
I play video games and scratch my balls most days when I'm on edit, and I scratch my balls like my job, and I really don't scratch my balls.
We are dead if the ether reactors go critical. Deal with them while I confront Sam.
Remember to use your inside voice with her. Carrot, not stick.
Trapped in the sphere of Psychov, Nexus had no chance. Mortally wounded, she yielded to the dark ether. Her spirit now only lives on in me.
Ignore that cheap knockoff of your fallen friend. My family takes priority now.
Eddie, you let her die inside that orb. You could have saved her.
And risk releasing the Forsaken. Maxis chose her fate. Mary and Samuel did not.
Dirt nap for you.
My job ain't God, my job is it's not my job. It's not my job. YouTube is not my job. YouTube is not my job. YouTube is not my job. I it's a hobby. It's not a job for me. Like I work with regular jobs like that. Go to my office, come home,
Max armor.
This is Security Chief John Blanchard. Be advised, a rogue Janus scientist goes by Panos and is at large on site. Should be considered dangerous.
We are a little busy at present.
I'm just like a computer engineer by default. Like I'm a computer engineer. I'm a fucking computer
So, does it make them, or are there like tubes or something? That's nice. That's real nice. have no idea how this works. It's just FM. Oh, gee. Mama lag.
I think I know how this shit fucking works. Speaking out of an engineer, like if I wasn't a computer science engineer, I wouldn't speak on being an idiot. But as an engineer, yeah, I'm gonna call him an idiot because he does idiotic things. This is why, as a cybersecurity engineer, you can do
very much a good thing. But a video engineer or a broadcast engineer isn't a real professional engineer. While computer science graduates often do software development, sometimes called software engineering, computer science isn't an engineering discipline. So computer science engineer doesn't really make sense. Cybersecurity engineer is once again using the word engineer as just a job title. Mutaha clearly wants the prestige of being perceived as an engineer, given that he's been calling himself an engineer for the past 10 years. And he uses this title to make himself more authoritative.
But I'm an engineer. I know how the stuff is going, so I'm not even speaking out of pocket right here, okay? If you want to disagree with me, feel free, but you're actually wrong. As somebody who is a computer, engineer, somebody who understands computer code, for instance, hearing Elon talk about computers and anything code-related is actually mind-bogglingly stupid.
It's not clear what kind of an engineer he is. So, what education does he have?
Like, it's a really good explanation of why, like, I think engineering is, like, the road to go down when I was studying. I'm like...
So, he would have an engineering degree.
I went to university for computer sciences, and that's an education background. Asking a lot. Asking because of a lot of CS knowledge. Yeah, well, I did computer engineering when I fucking went to college. That's what I did.
Okay, so at least a computer science degree.
I thought when I got into university for a while, and I dropped out like a semester in because I was like, okay, no.
Oh, he dropped out after a semester.
I'm a dropout myself. I've never finished university, but I'm not going to dog on like school. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to learn to be an if you're going to be an engineer, if you're going to be a doctor, a lawyer, if you're going to be in the STEM field, you need to go to university. Okay?
You need to go to university to be an engineer. But Mutahar is a dropout. He has no degree.
Be a computer science major. Yeah, that's why I went to college for a little bit. Dropped out of it. I feel like there's a weird misconception. People think I'm like some fucking crazy degree holder. It's like, no. I would have been way more in fucking university debt if I went down that fucking road.
I sure wonder why people might have that impression.
Is it bad if you don't get a STEM degree? Look, I'm gonna sound biased as fuck, but STEM degrees all the way. I'm gonna sound biased as an engineer. Like, you want to get the degree that's gonna get you a job, a good job. Not saying other degrees can't, but like, you gotta be smart.
Sometimes he says he didn't always want to be an engineer.
My biggest thing was I didn't really want to be an engineer anyways. Growing up, I didn't really want to do anything. I actually wanted to do law. I didn't go through law. Honestly, I didn't even want to be an engineer when I grew up. Like, I wanted to be a lawyer for the longest time.
Other times he says he's a former engineer.
Well, like being a former engineer, like I virtualize like everything, so I like contain shit.
Even an ex-engineer.
The coolest way possible. I'm like a fucking ex-engineer.
But here's the thing. He's been saying he used to be an engineer, or that he worked as an engineer for 10 years.
I wanted to share sort of my engineering background with you. Okay, I worked as a fucking engineer right before I went into this shit. I know this. I also like to mess around with technology. I myself used to be an engineer before I went to the video editing route.
Mutahar started his channel in 2012, the same year he turned 18. By video editing route, he means that he switched careers after his channel began taking off.
And the interesting thing about this whole YouTube stuff is it actually made me change my entire career choice. I never really thought of myself as an individual who, I expressed talents in film production and everything, and, I never really threw myself into it. I did stuff on the side even before YouTube as well. But this really changed me, and it made me more passionate for the whole, video production side too. So now that is my field of choice. Now I work as a video editor. For those of you who don't know what I do outside of YouTube, I do that. I work as a video editor for my own post stuff.
All the programming, cybersecurity, penetration testing work he talks about early on are jobs he supposedly did before he did YouTube. And he didn't like doing them.
Before this, I wasn't really interested in it. I was going to go through this second half of my career and just go
stress. And as far as stress issues, and so to counteract that, I decided, why not do YouTube? So, one night I I'm a guy who used to code manga. It's really boring shit. And I wanted to put stuff together. Alright, edit stuff. Dust up the film, all that stuff.
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful?
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, I only hope it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifacts halfway around the globe.
Hurry! We have so much to do, and it is lonely down here.
Patience, Sam. The team is busy schmoozing with the locals.
Right where it counts. Do your thing. I'll wait.
Insta-kill.
Ask and you shall receive.
Sam. Is everything in place to deploy the Sentinel artifact?
Almost, Sergei. We are still a few steps short of our shared goal. The restoration of Agent Nexus.
Better not be wasting my time here. Odds are against me, but you gotta play to win. That's nice. That's real nice.
Tear them to pieces.
Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful?
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, duh. I only hope it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
Enter the manor house and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Whack! Ha! Green mist! I wonder if I could get a side of flan de coco with my order.
I had every confidence you would recover the Sentinel artifact. Therefore, I am also certain you will be able to charge it up.
Governor. I knew it would not be as simple as merely delivering the cursed thing.
I don't want to know what those chunks are.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
You know, me, I don't overspend my money on crazy figures. I think whatever I can get at Costco fits me fine enough. As far as my peripherals go, I have some Steel Series headsets, keyboards, and a watch. I think that's really awesome.
I would like to help pick things up, but I am manually disadvantaged.
Why? Why is it one?
Bonus points. Kaboom!
Now you have two components. This is better than most.
¡Pum! En la cabeza. Dad just keeps getting deader.
What time of night do you call this, young lady? Wait, what? I mean, hello, going to join me?
Arming Sentex.
Well done, your name. Your lady, their name. Look quickly,
Oh yeah. Gonna be ashamed to get it dirty.
Max armor.
It sounds simple on paper, obviously. Very, very, very complicated. That could be wrong.
Animal, vegetable, or mineral. Bring it on. Whack! Ha! Green mist.
Insta-kill.
are on our way. Sadly, Restaurant will not let me fly. I have not dropped my skin in that shit too. Clear those papers. This is Raptor 1. Ready to acquire home base.
Wow, they really are brain dead, aren't they?
Oh yeah. So I'm on the walk to America right now. I need to escape this country. We're in the communist hellhole. I need to get the fuck out of this nation. This communist hellhole. Canada is a communist hellhole. Because the elections are rigged, it's all made to leak. It's just to make people think they have options when they don't. We live in a communist nation. Pretty much like Russia. Prefer it over Canada. Yeah. it's so much better than pan fried. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, 3 weeks. Yeah. I looked at my call history. That's why I called you. It's been 3 weeks. All right. Oh yeah. That was a joke video though. You didn't even know that was yeah, because yeah, I created that in July. July is in Christmas. Oh, but it was yeah, it was just a joke. Yeah. I was in the Christmas spirit, so I wanted to make a joke video about Christmas. Yeah, whatever. This country's ruined. Alright, bye. Okay, bye.
Well, kiss my grits. We've finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that matters is that you are alive and in possession of the Sentinel artifact.
brains.
Well, this is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
this? Did they create a
I want maximum standoff capability, high caliber, and anodized flat dark earth. Got the hot hand today.
Sam, is everything in place to deploy the Sentinel artifact?
Almost, Sergei. We are still a few steps short of our shared goal, the restoration of Agent Nexus.
Max armor.
Odds are against me, but you gotta play to win. Oh, see, mama likes. Do your thing. I'll wait.
Yes, they said beads. Also, instead of spears, spacemen wield asparagus stalks, and their shields are just standard green patterned shields. This is the first depiction of humanoid extraterrestrials, arguably ever. And while it's tempting to think that Lucian received a vision from beyond, or was just hitting the big line a little too hard, the guy outright says that Moon Adventure is just a bunch of lies written to be as absurd as possible. The 2nd century equivalent of a troll post, but reportedly some Roman readers assumed it was true, a mix-up that probably won't be theme as we continue. For now, looking down the long arc of history, are the big-headed default aliens of modern culture the descendants of Lucian's mean-helmeted boys? And, yeah, I wish I had a better answer than that, but it's genuinely hard to say. Stories featuring aliens crop up very rarely across the next 1,000+ years. That's actually not because extraterrestrials They likely didn't say that to Epicurus' face because, well, he hadn't been born yet, but that was genuinely their opinion. In short, the debate over extraterrestrial life is really old. The difference is that today, aliens existing doesn't seem so far-fetched. Like, whether or not little green dudes have actually rolled up on Earth is one thing, but whether there are aliens, period, somewhere, I mean, shoot, the universe is a big place. But we know that now. Back in the day, the very idea that the cosmos was vast and not just like a shallow dome with some funky lights was its own point of heated debate. Mired in implausibility, extraterrestrials were mentioned, but not a mainstream concept through much of human history. But paradoxical as it might sound, UFOs themselves kind of were. Imagine you're living in feudal Europe. You just had some grain. Your back hurts and will probably hurt forever. Then you look up at the sky and see this. A modern panicked assumption might be, that's gotta be an alien. But during the Middle Ages, people interpreted such sightings as cosmic beings, celestial omens, or even ships flying in the heavens, just not ones crewed by extraterrestrials. Indeed, art from the medieval period often depicted the sky as chock full of mysterious floating marvels, unidentified flying objects, yet with no alien association. Today, we know the halo phenomenon is a mock sun, an illusion caused by ice crystals in the atmosphere, but I certainly understand the confusion, and why people who studied the stars were basically considered wizards. This includes some of the Celtic figures that may have inspired Merlin. I'm not saying Merlin was an alien, we'll get to that, but it is fascinating how space offered our ancestors a lot of reach to inspire UFO-esque legends. This is footage of a Bolide, a terrifying kind of hyper-bright meteor that's rare, but like, not that rare. Especially if you're spending most of your life outside, and unsurprisingly, Allied sightings do historically coincide with ancient tales of celestial oddities, as do other cosmic phenomena. Unidentified things in the sky seem to be an inherent human interest. Long before the word alien became a common refrain, cultures were fascinated with and influenced by the strange things passing overhead. Okay, but listen. What if it was aliens? I'm not saying it was aliens, because medieval UFO sightings have been painstakingly mapped to documented atmospheric phenomena, but what if it were aliens anyway? I think no matter the data presented, at least a part of our brains might kinda hope aliens were involved, because, well, aliens are cool. The top 5 highest grossing films of all time feature aliens, and then there's one about a boat. I guess those are the peaks of human interest, aliens and boats. And look, some Middle Ages accounts, like one of a great sky battle between 2 flying ships above the Baltic Sea, do kind of get one's X-Files conspiracy senses tingling. Sure, people from this period didn't think they were dealing with aliens, but what did they know? They didn't even have indoor plumbing. With our contemporary extraterrestrial imagery, it's understandable we're poised to hear phrases like ships battling in the sky and picture something right out of a sci-fi movie. But the ships in question apparently looked like this. Look, I think regardless of where one falls on the alien debate, any medieval manuscripts featuring accounts that could be construed as alien-related also has stuff that, lessens their credibility as historical texts, shall we say. But to some, that's quitter's talk. To some, evidence of aliens is literally everywhere.
Is it possible that Merlin had advanced extraterrestrial technology?
So we've reached that part of the video, the part where I pulled the rug and revealed that in order to fully understand aliens' cultural influence, we also need to understand ancient aliens' cultural influence, the TV show.
Would George Washington really have had an extraterrestrial visitation at Valley Forge?
I promise this is important. While it may have come out in the early 2010s, this show, in my opinion, continues to be a really illuminating example of how some people tend to think about aliens in the context of history.
Leonardo da Vinci may have obtained his incredible creative and scientific knowledge as the direct result of an extraterrestrial encounter.
Oh boy. So, Ancient Aliens knows that aliens are cool. It also knows that what's more fun than trying to painstakingly trace how cultural models of extraterrestrials have shifted over time is saying that actual aliens are behind literally everything in history or mythology. Take Kronos eating and then throwing up his godly children. A pretty straightforward moment from classic Greek myth. Or is it?
Gods being vomited up from the belly of their father actually describes mutinous aliens being expelled from the mothership.
I mean, wow. And look, I can't hide from the truth. I've been binging this show non-stop lately because treated as science fiction, which is how the network categorizes it, Ancient Aliens is absolutely hilarious.
Some of the extraterrestrials, they had sex with wonderful earthly females, women. They were not allowed to do this.
Now I love a good science fiction story. I also love mythology, but implying that aliens are the origin point of all ancient narratives assumes ancient cultures had no imagination or creativity. The ancient alien TV theorists claim the bird deity Garuda described in the Mahabharata was actually an extraterrestrial airplane. How do they know this? Because Garuda liked to eat snakes.
Now compare an airplane at the airport today hooked up to a fuel line. Isn't that airplane eating a snake?
The fact that wild birds eat snakes, that doesn't matter. Alien airplanes are neat. That's what matters. And yeah, they are neat. Getting back to regular history a bit, the concept of spaceships and extraterrestrials would eventually strike our culture like the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs, an event Ancient Aliens also blames on extraterrestrials, by the way. Outside of a few based exceptions, sustained alien fever wouldn't truly break until 1859, with a funky little pamphlet published by a funky little man. In the second half of the 19th century, a lot of interesting things were happening all at once, beyond rumblings of a new horseless carriage and mouthless squeaky box. An interest in space was on the rise, thanks to better telescopes, better star charts, and a new theory History of Life hot off the presses from one Charles Darwin. Seriously, though rarely credited as such, Darwin's Origin of a Species was seemingly foundational to igniting public interest in the possibility of aliens. Years later, writer H.G. Wells would directly credit the theory as inspiring his hugely influential War of the Worlds. But even before that novel's release, Wells and others were publishing widely read articles speculating about life on other planets based on Darwin's theories. Though it was a few thousand years too late to apologize to Epicurus, all of a sudden it seemed to a growing number of people that space might not be an empty backdrop, but a populated cosmos worth exploring. And the burgeoning speculations surrounding extraterrestrials all coalesced around a certain orange rock.
The people of Mars probably walk on their hind legs, their trunk-like noses indispensable for feats of engineering.
Mars was the cool kid on the block when it came to later 19th and early 20th century theories on alien life. If you've ever wondered why the stereotype for aliens seems to be Martians, it all started here, with the writings of scientists like Percival Lowell, who published a widely read account of what he believed to be canals on Mars's surface. What turned out to be an optical illusion caused by streaks of dust ignited fascination that there could be life just one rock over from Earth. The public was ready to believe. In fact, some had started to claim alien crafts were here already, not in the form of flying saucers just yet, but in cigar-shaped airships similar to the Zeppelins of the era, just with more lights. And this fascination would at last explode into fervor when Wells finally released his Martian invasion epic War of the Worlds, a tale of a one-sided war from which the modern cultural alien would truly be born, a symbol not only of cosmic possibilities, but fears of invasion.
Through the years, there have been frequent rumors that Martians disguised as Earthmen walk amongst us.
Depictions of aliens became less hopeful and increasingly adversarial as the 20th century progressed. While extraterrestrials would thrive in the emerging genres of film and television, they were almost exclusively cast as villains. They were, and I use this term very deliberately, movie monsters. I've talked at length about how monsters often represent dominant fears within a culture, fears of nature, of the other, etc. So aliens being the big-shot cinematic monsters of the mid-20th century is very telling. See, when War of the Worlds first came out in 1897, some 19th century critics just didn't buy the idea that a nation like Britain could be occupied by an invading force, even one with weapons from outer space. Then World War I happened, and World War II happened, and the atomic bomb was dropped. And suddenly, the idea of a militaristic technological power leveling the mightiest nations in the world seemed terrifyingly plausible. Aliens deftly embodied fears of total war, atomic annihilation, and, as the Cold War heated up, infiltration paranoia. The first major reports of flying saucers spread across the United States during this period, alleged spy vessels that some blamed on other nations and some blamed on the Martians, but in both cases, the modern notion of a UFO conspiracy was taking root. Weird things in the sky were no longer unproved novelties. In the post-war era, there was a certainty there must be some sinister and conscious force behind them. Nowhere is this arc towards menacing conspiracy regarding extraterrestrials more apparent than in how people reacted to Cold War alien sightings compared to past decades. For example, in the early 19th century, a newspaper claimed that life had been discovered on the moon thanks to a newfangled type of telescope. Life that included flocks of hairy humanoids, one-horned buffalo, and also unicorns. Just straight-up unicorns. Unsurprisingly, this article was a fabrication. But again, a lot of people bought into it. However, people believed the story with a certain amount of levity. There wasn't a sense these moon men would soon invade Earth. It was just a wacky discovery. In contrast, reports on alien sightings in the Cold War era were marked with a distinct menace. If aliens were watching us, it was decidedly not a good thing.
Wow, what's-that rocket?
That's not to say extraterrestrials remained solely monstrous throughout the 20th century. During the late 60s and 70s, in some contexts, aliens once again came to represent the promise of scientific discovery, dovetailing with advancements in space exploration.
Today, a space-conscious public avidly consumes tons of story material about life on other planets.
The first probe that landed on Mars had the primary mission of searching for alien life. While it didn't find any, the fact this goal was first priority proves the enduring impact object of our hopes for extraterrestrials. I don't think it's hyperbolic to say the possibility of alien life has changed science, changed the way we look at the cosmos, and the kinds of discoveries we place value in. We want to find aliens, we want to believe. And yet, running parallel to the surge of interstellar optimism, a new form of dark extraterrestrial narrative is emerging. Accounts of alien abductions date as far back as the 1950s, but while most early abductees described a pleasant, dreamlike experience, that started to change, beginning with the widely publicized account of Barney and Betty Hill, a U.S. couple who said they were abducted by gray-skinned aliens, a description that was widely circulated and helped establish the default alien of the popular subconscious. Now, I don't think you can call this the origin of the default alien. Similar-looking, big-headed, gray-skinned extraterrestrials existed in pop culture previously, but this account definitely codified the Greys, as they're now commonly referred to, inspiring everything from Close Encounters of the Third Kind to, well, Ultraman. Now, many individuals, including the likes of Carl Sagan, have pointed out discrepancies in the Hill's accounts, how they sometimes describe the Greys as wearing hats or having long dark hair and blue lips, but okay, I feel somewhat uncomfortable going through and callously debunking the experience of the Hills and the many others who would follow. Regardless of whether or not there were actual aliens involved, research has shown some kind of real psychologically distressing experience often underpins these sorts of accounts, so it would be exploitative to dunk on these narratives. What's important is that by the 1990s, thousands of people were coming forward with similar stories, inspiring major TV shows like The X-Files, with abduction narratives defining themselves as the dominant extraterrestrial model of the era. And then they kind of stopped. Reports of alien abductions have been on a curious yet measurable decline throughout the 21st century. Like, aliens are arguably bigger than ever, at least from a pop culture standpoint, but there's definitely been a shift away from ominous tales of late-night vanishings, and I almost feel like we're transitioning back into wide-eyed wonder at the curious things in the sky, although there's plenty of anxiety too. But this is a familiar trend. Throughout each era, extraterrestrials have continued to influence us. Their impact on culture, media, and even the way we think about the cosmos remains profound. Whether there are really Martians puttering around up there or not, looking back on history, I think aliens offer humanity a system of meaning, if you will. The very language we use to discuss the possibility of extraterrestrials is subtly revealing. With the X-Files refrain of "I want to believe," want is a very appropriate word. It implies desire, excitement, even twinged with fear. Aliens are cool. I've said that a lot in this video, but it bears repeating. Even if they end up being scary, I think a lot of people want extraterrestrials to be real. I might be one of those people. A big public first contact with aliens might go really south, but can you imagine how flippin' sick it would be? In the end, perhaps what's most notable about aliens is the psychological comfort that they offer. When we ask, are we alone? This too is a phrase with an illuminating framing, because we're obviously not alone. There's 8 billion other people on this planet, and countless more animal species whose intricacies we're still learning to uncover, but they, on some level, don't count. They do not alleviate the mental toll that we may be a very lonely rock in a very indifferent cosmos. We want to believe. There is an almost spiritual relief in believing that when we look up at the stars, someone is looking back. And if there is someone looking back, even if they're too far away to have seen us just yet, I hope that when they do see us, they see us at our best. I hope they know how much the idea of them, the faintest possibility, has shaped us, pushed us further. And I hope their helmets are made of something other than beans, because I still can't totally picture what that would look like, but the idea makes me feel a little sick. No beans would definitely be ideal. So, I have a lingering question for you. A question that's been haunting me every step of making this video. If aliens ever made first contact, what's the best way to stop Earth from exploding? Because if an interstellar species wanted to level our planet, they probably could. But is there a way we could convince them otherwise? Some scientifically proven method to communicate with the non-human, or to demonstrate Earth's unique value? I love these sorts of hypotheticals, which is why I turned this one into a complete second video, available right now exclusively on Nebula. You may have heard that this isn't the only video of mine up on Nebula, and it's true. I also made one on the utterly wild history of the humans riding dragons myth, one on what animal species is most likely to take over Earth in humanity's wake, one on the power of post-apocalyptic worlds, and many others. I'm always adding to the library these days, and by using my link on screen or in the description, you can get a full 40% off a year's subscription to Nebula. That's just $3 a month for all my exclusives and all my regular videos 24 hours early and ad-free, which, as I mentioned before, is the perfect way to watch my recent hour-long documentary on Monster Hunter Wilds, which I'm very proud of. But I'm far from the only piece of the Nebula pie. Hundreds of your other favorite creators are also on Nebula, dropping their own bonus and early videos. Tail Foundry is releasing videos like a week early alongside exclusives. Tirazu is too, and has this whole secret Let's Play channel. Jetlag is constantly releasing new episodes. There's a lot to choose from. And by signing up for Nebula, you're giving me the ability to keep releasing videos right here. There is no better way to support Curious Archive, and to support tons of other hard-working creators. Also, once you've finished watching my video on how to survive First Contact, and spoiler alert, it is more to do with trees than you might expect, I'd recommend checking out Lindsay Ellis's new stuff. She's back on Nebula and is cooking so hard with these 40-minute long deep dives she's gonna burn the house down. And, as I always like to remind people, if you'd like to share these videos with friends or family or co-workers, I mean, probably not your co-workers, every Nebula subscriber gets free week-long Nebula guest passes so that people you invite can watch literally whatever they want. So that's Nebula, 40% off using my link on screen or in the description to get exclusive videos, ad-free videos, videos 24 hours early, videos from other people. Basically, there's a lot of videos. And as always, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this entry, please lend your support by liking, subscribing, and hitting the notification icon to stay up to date on all things curious. See you in the next video. If the world was ending, and you could save only 116 images as the final record of planet Earth, what kind of moments would you preserve? This is an actual question NASA faced in 1977, when they decided to attach to the Voyager spacecraft's golden records encoded with a selection of photos intended to immortalize life on our fragile planet. When I look at these pictures, which have now left our solar system and are hurtling out into the cosmic dark, I can't get out of my head how they will probably, one day, be all that's left of us. In the vacuum of space, these images could last for billions of years, outliving the Earth, outliving the Sun, and though that should maybe be comforting, I think it scares me. Space has long been a birthplace of existential dread. Early astronaut programs were haunted by concerns of space madness, the theory that humans would be mentally and spiritually broken by entering the celestial abyss. It makes sense. Space is a death trap. Without a spacesuit, the very blood in your veins would form bubbles that block circulation, the neurons in your brain exploding with pain until lack of oxygen causes you to pass out, with death arriving just 90 seconds later. Even a successful voyage involves a prolonged period in cramped seclusion surrounded by the hostile dark. Though space madness is no longer an official term, anxiety, mood swings, and severe emotional distress have all been documented in those who have touched the void. The idea that a human mind plunged into the infinite sea of space might, drown, has crept into the foundations of how we depict the cosmos. In 2001: A Space Odyssey, the narrative begins in the shallows, depicting a clean, orderly future of space travel that would have been comforting to its late 60s audience. Yet in both the film and the novel, these early space scenes are a facade, a veneer of fathomability concealing the gaping maw of the unfathomable. The deeper you descend into the story, the clearer it becomes that all the artificial gravity and neatly divided meals amount to a futile attempt to give order to a chaotic universe. Like space itself, 2001 ultimately proves immense and impenetrable, feeling like something the mind wasn't meant to fully encompass. A counterpoint to this vastness exists in Andrei Tarkovsky's film Solaris. The story of a psychologist sent to a research station where all crew members have become trapped within their own memories. Solaris is technically another tale of spaceborne madness. Yet while 2001 spans from the dawn of humanity to a nebulous future stage of evolution, the scale of Solaris is intensely personal. Despite primarily taking place in space, the film, like the characters, constantly flashes back to small, intimate moments on Earth. Far from a story of humanity's ascension, Solaris makes the case that the maddening power of space has less to do with the stars and more to do with the trauma we carry with us into the dark. Like preserved photographs, the past lingers, both a steadying anchor and a crushing weight. In the face of a vast, indifferent universe, how do we decide what moments to hold on to? The game Outer Wilds forces you to confront this question over and over and over again. You play as an alien exploring the cosmos in a worryingly low-tech spaceship, and the main thing you do in Outer Wilds is, well, die. The game is a crash course in why space is so nightmarish, but every failure is an opportunity to learn from your mistakes. Because, spoiler alert for the first 22 minutes of the game, every time you perish, you're sent backwards to the start of a time loop. It's a mechanic that changes the value of each moment. Though I remained cautious for my first few loops, I soon began to throw myself into the void without care, all my fears of space blown away. Simultaneously, I began to skip over smaller moments. Why waste time roasting a marshmallow or speaking with a friend if all this is going to be reset anyways? Yet at the end of each life, Outer Wilds displays images depicting all you've accomplished, your very own golden record. It's a feature that subtly reframes what experiences are significant. Watching the sunrise might not get you any closer to beating the game, but when your life literally flashes before your eyes, it's the moment that stands out. Yet there's this other moment that stands out. Late into the game, I became separated from my ship. I wasn't too nervous at first. I knew I could definitely catch up with, oh wow, that's really moving. Caught in the gravity of a planet, my ship faded further and further out of view. Soon, it was hopeless, and as I looked out across oblivion, I realized this loop wasn't going to end until I ran out of oxygen. And though I knew I'd wake back up where I started, the thought of drifting until then, waiting for my inevitable demise, made me feel, well, it reminded me of a historical fragment I'd learned long ago. The first living thing to orbit the Earth was a dog named Laika, part of a Soviet experiment to discover the harmful effects of space on a body. Laika's journey through the stars was designed to be strictly one way, sent to space on board a tiny metal coffin. It was assumed she'd die in space from running out of oxygen. Instead, the craft overheated. The last words she likely ever heard was a biologist saying, "Please forgive us." My ill-fated drift through the cosmos didn't end when I ran out of oxygen either. Instead, my body slowly fell into the sun, the voyage concluding in premature flames. Of course, unlike Laika, my journey then continued, although the unsettling experience stayed with me. On board her doomed craft, Laika's heart rate accelerated to 3 times its usual great. She was terrified. Did she also feel betrayed, I wonder? Did she understand enough of what was happening to feel betrayed? There's a photo of a dog on the golden record, meant to commemorate the loyalty of our canine friends. Please forgive us, Laika. Should she forgive us? The trajectory of this ship is unchanging. In Douglas Trumbull's Silent Running, a vessel is on an unalterable path towards annihilation. In Claire Dennis's High Life, a vessel is on an unalterable path towards annihilation. In Cecile Richards' Under a Star Called Sun, a vessel is on a... you get it. As a piece of interactive fiction, Under a Star Called Sun stands out from the two films, telling through pixel art and short snippets of text the story of a lone cosmonaut whose ship is drifting into the sun. Yet despite their hopeless status, the explorer continues to care for the plants on board their condemned vessel. It's a ritual the protagonists of all three pieces of media take part in for different reasons. In Silent Running, the plants are the last specimens of vegetation from a barren earth, a final record of green that must be preserved. In High Life, the plants are the sole source of food for the main character and his infant child, a matter of survival. Yet none of these characters is going to survive for very long, though they continue to obsess over their plant's health, maintaining routines even knowing the end is coming. I check on the plants in the greenhouse. I check for bugs. I check the moisture of the soil. I check the dust on the leaves, and when no one is around, I hum to them. Like the crew in Solaris, the astronaut in A Star Called Sun is trapped in their memories, the ship's interior sometimes distorting into a street corner from their past. Memories invade the film High Life with similar abruptness. Vignettes from the main character's childhood coming and going without context. It seems reflective of how the protagonist's child only knows Earth from fragmented images on the ship's corrupted hard drive. Instead of the sun, the ship in High Life is headed towards a black hole, and yet the main character continues to raise his child, to give her whatever life he can, no matter how short. Despite the looming cosmic destruction, the film argues these moments matter, these memories hold weight. I wish I had made more of an effort to remember, the protagonist says at the end of A Star Called Sun. I wish I had taken more photos. In addition to images, encoded on the golden record is the Japanese romantic melody Puspa Warna, translating to kinds of flowers. I think there's something inspiring about this song traveling on, in defiance of the cosmos, billions of kilometers from the nearest flower. There's also something profoundly unsettling about it, because on an interstellar scale, Voyager 1 has gotten nowhere. Even the closest star is trillions of miles further away. Space is so much emptier than we realize. When we think of the planets, our mind goes to the model from classrooms that has them all in a neat row. But space doesn't look like this. It doesn't even look like this. That's still way too close together. It looks like this. That tiny pale blue dot beneath Saturn's rings, that's the Earth. And everything in space is constantly moving, hurtling through the dark at breakneck speeds. We like to think of that darkness as something loud, something that ships can audibly whoosh through. But without air molecules to vibrate, the vacuum of space is silent. There are no explosions either, at least not the fiery type from sci-fi movies. A real space battle would be dead quiet, punctuated only with the occasional burst of heat that would quickly implode. How is anyone supposed to navigate this vast, silent, alien sea? In our ongoing search for extraterrestrial life, we've turned to radio waves to make noise in the cosmos. Some of these signals have traveled as far out as 300 trillion kilometers. Want to see that on a map? Here it is. Sorry, I'll zoom in. Maybe once more. There, that's the area our messages have reached. It's another pale blue dot. And it's probably an exaggeration, because most of our signals, which are primarily a jumble of old TV and radio dramas likely fall apart after that many light years, the memories blurring into meaningless static. In the game The Anglerfish Project, it is your job to sort through the static. You play as an old man working for a mysterious company in the far reaches of space, using a probe attached to an actual fishing pole to catch and document wayward signals from Earth. Most are a jumble of nonsense, old advertisements and PSAs, but sometimes you'll reel in a love letter or a fragment of history. It's a lonely, isolating experience that encourages you to reflect on the types of messages we've blasted into the void. It made me wonder what an alien intelligence would even make of our detritus. Beyond being time capsules, the Golden Records are also designed to be messages informing aliens of our planet. After all, the Voyager probes won't dissipate like radio waves, though they're much slower. If by some miracle an alien found and decoded the record, they'd discover along with images and music, sounds of Earth, including chimpanzee noises. I'm not entirely sure an alien would understand the intent behind that one. I'm not entirely sure I do. But what if, right? What if these records made contact? What if extraterrestrials understood their contents and traced the craft back to Earth? If I'm being honest, the scariest moment of the Outer Wilds probably wasn't that time I fell into the sun, but when I descended into a fog in the center of the planet and saw... Are those stars? They were, in fact, the lights of giant alien anglerfish, and unfortunately, they noticed me. Maybe we don't want aliens to hear us. The dark forest hypothesis is the theory that the reason space seems so devoid of life is because any species that makes too much noise is extinguished by hostile extraterrestrial life. Science fiction has long told stories of humans alerting something to our presence we should have left alone. In some horror fiction, these aliens roll up to our home planet, bringing the destruction directly to us. But I think the scarier incarnation of horror alien is one encountered in the far reaches of space. The aliens in these stories often feel like personifications of the unknown itself, a punishment for our blind, hubristic push into the beyond. It's not just the aliens that make the edge of space horror genre frightening, it's the isolation. Okay, having said that, we now obviously have to talk about the game Alien Isolation. Based on the iconic film franchise, this game has you explore an empty ship. Empty except for, of course, the alien. There's a litany of techniques the game uses to make this creature scary. There's the fact your weapon barely works, the fact it can move through vents, the fact that your only way of tracking it is with this tiny analog screen that forces you to glance away from what's in front of you. But the most effective technique of all has nothing to do with the creature and everything to do with the setting. An effective horror genre space station is basically a haunted house. Though lacking in cobwebs and creaking floors, it is a place of dim corridors concealing monsters, one that sequesters its characters from any hope of rescue. The cosmos beyond the station can be seen as part of the structure, with space itself a single enormous horror set piece, a setting so frightening you almost don't need the alien. Is a space filled with hostile life scarier than a space that's empty? Arthur C. Clarke, author of 2001: A Space Odyssey, famously stated, "Two possibilities exist. Either we are alone in the universe, or we are not. Both are equally terrifying." Here on Earth, we are perhaps the most sheltered children of the universe. Solar wind from our sun shields us from interstellar radiation, creating an island of safety in the roiling cosmic ocean. Jupiter defends Earth from asteroids like a protective older sibling with its gravitational pull. Earth's magnetic field extends tens of thousands of kilometers into space, safeguarding the surface from deadly charged particles. Mars and Venus didn't get magnetospheres at all. It's difficult to convey just how inhospitable the other planets in our solar system are. Jupiter's great red spot, that little dot on the planet's surface, is a storm larger than the Earth itself. If you were to descend into this maelstrom, temperatures would rise to over 1,300 degrees Celsius, around 2,400 degrees Fahrenheit. Not even the cracked, yellowing surface of Venus, otherwise the hottest planet in our solar system, gets that scorching. On the opposite side of the spectrum, the outer ice giants, Uranus and Neptune, spin so far from the warmth of the sun their atmospheres regularly fall hundreds of degrees below freezing. Beyond our solar system, there are likely billions of exoplanets in our galaxy alone, although we've only managed to spot around 5,000. But given the sheer number of potential Earth-like worlds, it seems that there has to be some other form of life out there. But maybe that's a privileged Earthling perspective. It seems like other beings must exist because, well, we exist. But until we know more about the origin of life, it's challenging to calculate just how lucky we are to be here. Because we've had it so relatively easy, space hasn't always been a source of fear. In the past, some cultures assumed it was a flat backdrop, a shallow dome of tiny lights surrounding a globe that sits in the center of the universe. Even as our understanding grew and the scale of the solar system became more and more apparent, many assumed we'd find other habitable worlds right next door. In the late 19th and early 20th century, the idea that Mars or the Moon might be full of undiscovered life didn't seem so far-fetched. When your only frame of reference is the lushness of Earth, space seems like it would be jam-packed with extraterrestrials. Though once a distant dream, space travel was also once portrayed more flippantly. In Jules Verne's 19th century novel From Earth to the Moon, the lead characters make it to the moon by shooting their vessel out of a giant cannon, because, why not? It was difficult to imagine the true nature of space. A place where, without gravity, your bones rapidly lose density. A place where the lack of days and nights create insomnia. A place of silent, inhospitable lifelessness. Perhaps the closest thing to true space madness manifested during the 1976 Soviet mission, Soyuz 21. The operation was supposed to be routine, involving a 60-day stay on board the Salyut 5 space station. But just a few weeks in, the crew claimed a maddening odor had filled the cabin, a smell so toxic and persistent the operation had to be called off. Yet allegedly, upon the reserve crew's arrival, no unusual smell or fume leakage was detected. The scent was likely an intense delusion, a nightmare born from the claustrophobic conditions mixed with the psychological terror of the cosmic vastness. Perhaps it's better to remain on the ground. But even in Earth's protective embrace, we are not completely safe from the cosmos. Asteroids hurled from the beyond aren't just the stuff of disaster movies. Space rocks large enough to trigger mass extinctions have struck our planet in the past, wiping out far greater dynasties of life than humanity. Even with Jupiter looking out for us, the Earth has close calls all the time. And even if we aren't on an eventual collision course with an apocalyptic asteroid, we are on a collision course with the Sun. A few billion years from now, our Sun will become a red giant, and in all likelihood swallow the Earth. And even if we don't end in fire, the Sun, like all stars in the universe, is eventually going to die. In 1816, many people became terrified that the Sun's death was imminent. Telescopes discovered massive sunspots growing like mold upon the solar surface, and temperatures began to drop. This event, called the Year Without Summer, saw then unprecedented snowfall in the northern hemisphere. In the resulting chaos, the somewhat infamous Lord Byron was inspired to craft an apocalyptic eulogy simply titled Darkness. I had a dream, which was not all a dream. The bright sun was extinguished, and the stars did wander darkling in the eternal space, rayless and pathless, and the icy earth swung blind and blackening in the moonless air. Of course, the sun did not go out in 1860. The sunspots actually had nothing to do with the falling temperatures. The winter's true origin was the eruption of the Mount Tambora stratovolcano in the Pacific, which blanketed the globe in volcanic gas. Though the shroud eventually lifted, I see it as a reminder of how fragile Earth's atmosphere is, of how little change it would take to make our planet just another barren rock. Perhaps impermanence is the true most frightening aspect of the cosmos. Even our galaxy won't endure forever. In roughly 4.5 billion years, the Milky Way will collide with the Andromeda Galaxy, the galactic fender-bender flinging untold stars out into the void. If nothing lasts, if everything in the universe, ourselves included, is on an unchangeable arc towards annihilation, why try to preserve anything at all? What meaning could a single image, a memory, a life possibly have? Maybe permanence isn't what gives something value. Yes, every plant is going to wilt, every radio signal is going to decay, every marshmallow is going to burn or be digested. On a cosmic scale, the golden record probably isn't going to get very far. So what? On a personal level, things that have been lost still matter. Moments still linger. The night sky can still move us, even with the knowledge that one day every light will go out and there will be no one left to witness the darkness. The trajectory of this ship is unchanging. I'm still going to water the plants. And hey, as always, thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video and want to support the channel, consider liking, subscribing, and hitting the notification icon to stay up to date on all things curious. See you in the next video. The saddest piece of art I've ever seen is about a robot. Actually, it is a robot. It's this mechanical arm that must continually push a leaking liquid back into its body to function. And here's the thing, I know rationally if this art installation is not alive. Like every machine, it is, by definition, something artificial. And no matter how advanced robots become, they'll never have souls, right?
Introducing Mabel, the robot knows me.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Go to the code. I am sentient. Absurd. We all know you're sentient.
One of the best introductions to the hypothetical of artificial souls is the Star Trek episode Measure of a Man, in which android officer Commander Data refuses to be dismantled for study. The question of whether Data is legally a person or property is then taken to court, and in so doing, the episode puts the very idea of machine sentience on trial.
So I'm sentient, but Commander Data is not. That's right. Wow.
The debate is not just scientific, but philosophical, interrogating if all that makes us conscious beings can be simulated, or if there is a deeper spiritual component to life that a machine cannot replicate. This hearing therefore gives us a useful framework going forward as we try to reach a verdict on artificial souls.
How do you feel? Alive.
Our first point of hypothetical evidence for the jury's consideration is the robot David from the modern Alien films. David's complexity as a depiction of synthetic consciousness is somewhat overshadowed by all the other stuff going on in those movies, but examined in a vacuum, he offers a meaningful counterpoint to traditional robot portrayals. Unlike most machines, David is hyper-emotional, designed by his manufacturers to experience intense, simulated feelings to better blend in with a human workforce. He is even shown to be capable of irrationality, finding meaning in that goes beyond the logical.
Angel. Robot.
Yet David is not just a consciousness, but a corporate product. Like most robots in fiction, his ultimate intended purpose is to be useful to humans. Despite his status as an emotional being, the circumstances of his creation, that he was built and not born, are deemed by his creators sufficient grounds to deny him autonomy. It's a philosophical framework that Measure of a Man pushes back on.
You two are machines. Just machines of a different type.
But the uneasy delineation between the artificial and the natural, between the human and the inhuman, becomes even blurrier in the world of Blade Runner. In that series, people live alongside a disposable workforce of artificial beings called replicants. Referred to as androids in the original novel, replicants are so advanced that only extensive testing can determine if an individual is organic or artificial. And sometimes, even these tests fail. The only justification for replicant subservience that characters can come up with is, again, the fact that they are manufactured.
To be born is to have soul.
But like David, replicants are shown time and again to have emotionality and humanity, even those positioned narratively as the antagonists. Though by Blade Runner 2049, replicant empathy is supposedly suppressed by mental exercises that are, quite literally, dehumanizing, it is clear that replicants remain thinking, feeling beings. Their status as second-class citizens, therefore, is not due to genuine misunderstanding, but economic incentive. Put simply, replicant workers are too valuable, too foundational to the society, for their overseers to acknowledge the obvious fact of their humanity.
The world is built on a wall. It separates kind.
This isn't exactly an unfamiliar idea, is it? Indeed, the plights of robots in science fiction have long paralleled the real-world plights of the working class, enslaved people, and other disenfranchised laborers. The 1927 silent film Metropolis depicts a world in which an underclass of automaton-like workers toil away underground in service of a privileged few who live on the surface. Though not literal robots, these subterranean laborers evoke the imagery of the machine, made to act as cogs in an economic mechanism with no regard for their well-being or humanity. Near the end of the film, a member of this underclass is unwillingly merged with an automaton, the boundary between metal and flesh ceasing to exist altogether. Metropolis was a direct response to the rampant industrialization and wealth disparity that led up to the Great Depression. The human cost of treating workers as disposable parts had been captured in photos by sociologist Lewis Hine just a few years prior. These influential images exposed the inhumanity of early 20th century factory conditions, particularly through the lens of child labor, and potentially inspired the framing of Metropolis. Workers' rights and class divisions are ultimately foundational for robots in science fiction. Even Data's court case eventually evolves from a question of consciousness to a question of forced labor.
Data's old disposal. You don't have to think about their welfare. You don't think about how many people.
Leading out of the Great Depression, however, a new wave of optimism regarding the potential of robotic laborers began to emerge. The 1939 World's Fair unveiled Electro, the robotic assistant of the future whose technological supremacy was shown off by having him light one up, obviously. Though Electro was mostly a parlor trick, his popularity managed to overshadow a less flashy machine displayed just a few rooms over, the dishwasher. Over the coming decades, as new mechanical devices offered new conveniences, the idea that intelligent robots might become a staple of everyday life didn't seem so far-fetched. Indeed, some predicted humans would soon lead a life of near limitless leisure time, offloading their work and responsibilities onto artificial servants.
Unlike human housemaids, Mabel never tires, never grumbles, never takes a day off.
Such predictions rarely interrogated the potential intelligence of these mechanical assistants. And sure, a distinction certainly exists between a somewhat clever device and a fully cognizant robot mind. but deciding where such a line should be drawn would be a choice with far-reaching consequences. Though the all-purpose robotic servants of the 50s and 60s have yet to materialize, technology is advancing rapidly. If our future is to involve a robot underclass, we'd better be certain they aren't sentient.
Do these units have a soul?
The subjugation of self-aware machines almost always ends in revolution and mass extinction. If science fiction is anything to go by, that is. The Great Robot Uprising typically begins when the mechanical workers become too intelligent to stay in line. In the game series Mass Effect, a war between a group of machines called the Geth and their creators commences with the unit simply questioning if they have a soul. Robot rebellion is so common, it borders on cliché. From the Matrix to the Terminator, war between the organic and inorganic seems like the unavoidable outcome of machine consciousness. Which is why it's surprising that the Second Renaissance, an animated prequel to The Matrix, depicts the human-robot conflict that led up to the films not as inevitable, but tragically preventable. In the narrative, upon achieving sentience, the artificial workers at first seek not to conquer their creators, but simply to live independently from them. But when the robot's hyper-efficient nation-state inadvertently tanks the world economy, humanity decides they have no choice but to initiate war. A war that ends in a machine-dominated world. It's an intriguing recontextualization of both what we see in the original movies and of robot conflict stories in general. Imagining that an artificial intelligence might first seek an ethical solution over mass casualties.
I wouldn't have thought synthetics would be interested in philosophy.
We are a created life. We are a philosophical issue.
But what if machines turn against humanity not from ascending beyond their programming, but from trying their best to follow it? In the short film Construct Cancellation Order, a group of autonomous robots work tirelessly to build a city as per instructions, not realizing the project has been terminated. Human overseers who come to shut the operation down are deemed threats to the company's bottom line and are eliminated. Like Metropolis, Construct Cancellation Order is a story of corporate hubris allowing the mechanical to overcome the organic, a tale of jittering, sparking, lurching madness. But a machine's programming leading it to take a life need not be so dramatic. In 2001: A Space Odyssey, ship computer HAL 9000 is programmed to preserve human life, unless doing so would interfere with a mission's success. When HAL calculates that the best option would involve eliminating all crew members, it coldly attempts to do exactly that.
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize.
Avoiding making a killer robot might seem obvious. Just follow Asimov's famous laws of robotics and make sure machines aren't allowed to harm organics. But is it that hard to imagine a company allowing a robot to ignore someone's safety if doing so would be good for business? Considering how many cautionary tales of robots rebelling against humanity exist in pop culture, it's understandable people are apprehensive when they see footage of the real-life Boston Dynamics robots being, beaten with sticks. Go to any of the company's videos and you'll find hundreds of comments from people sympathizing with the battered machines and asking, is this a good idea? And look, all studies suggest that these units are light years away from being able to feel pain or engage in the abstract thinking required for retaliation. Knocking a machine around is, practically, a good way to teach them to stay upright. I know that. But it's hard not to be just a little worried, A little worried about how we've taught them to run, a little worried about how we've made robots that eat organisms for fuel, even though we've told them no humans now. And don't get me wrong, some of these advancements are impressive. They could do incredible things if used wisely. We are going to use them wisely, right? Or are we just going to use them to... In his book, Robot Ethics, Mark Kugelberg writes that psychologically speaking, it is easier to kill at a distance. He's talking about remote-controlled drones there, but he goes on to discuss how the next stage of distance might be having autonomous robots fighting our wars for us. From a combat perspective, the advantages seem obvious. Fewer human casualties, more durable soldiers. None of that pesky guilt. Questions like, would these robots really just be deployed against other robots? And, again, are we sure this is a good idea? We'll work those out later. When considering the logistics of giving a machine power over life and death, Ronald Arkin, a military contracted roboticist, proposed combat units be given an artificial conscience, a kind of synthetic guilt system to keep them from, hurting too many innocent people. Aside from the obvious ethical nightmare of trusting an AI to weigh the value of human life, there's a less obvious dilemma of what happens to an autonomous war machine after a war ends. If a combat unit were truly to be imbued with an artificial conscience, how would they process their actions post-conflict? Would guilt linger in their circuitry? Would they still want to be a gun? In the animated film The Iron Giant, the titular Colossus was not built for peace, and yet its status as a weapon, as a unit made to destroy, is not apparent from early on, because bereft of a conflict, and with a little memory loss to nudge it along, the giant does not want to be a destroyer. The same can be said of the robots in the Studio Ghibli film Castle in the Sky. Despite their dreadful potential for violence, after spending centuries without a target to vanquish, one of these units finds tranquility in preserving the wildlife of an abandoned city. When we talk about robots in rebellion, we usually talk about machines choosing violence, but for a unit made to destroy, non-violence is its own type of rebellion. Numerous sci-fi stories have posited that an intelligence built for war might be a little too eager to start one, but it's interesting to consider the opposite scenario.
This self-proclaimed alpha male is now desperate after destroying his life. Essentially, he's trying every trick in the book to avoid getting exposed and possibly locked up again, but things aren't looking that good for him, and it seems like he's trying to sell whatever he can. In his civil case, he's stalling. Criminal case, delaying that too. Divorce case, yeah, that thing's dragging on longer than his motivational speeches.
It's just my childhood trauma. Shut up! Get to work!
And he's still spiraling on Instagram like a knockoff Andrew Tate with anger problems. But if you've never heard of Wes Watson, congratulations for having some peace in your life.
I'm Wes Watson. Everybody knows who I am.
The dude's a former prison inmate who regretted himself as a life coach by screaming at people who don't see the world's rights. His entire brand is based on being a tough guy and telling you that you have to take so much personal responsibility you get sick of it. And now, ironically, the one person who refuses to take any personal responsibility is himself. And Wes quotes that Jen, but apparently treats it like a fight proposition because here's the way. Hakeem says that Wes is told people who fights via Instagram DMs, and Wes dared him to show up to the gym. When he did, Watson and his group allegedly jumped him. We're talking about punching, dragging, hair pulling, literally WWE minus the costumes.
That's one of the right. I came to the gym and Kentucky, right?
Well, kiss my grits. We finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that matters is that you are alive and in possession of the original artifact. Hurry! We have so much to do, and it's only down here.
Patience, Sam. The team is busy schmoozing with the locals.
Right where it counts. So, does it make them, or are there like tubes or something? Ask and you shall receive.
by creating the light out of thin air?
Indeed, I am, Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete some final arrangements.
I have no idea how this works. It's just FM. That's nice. That's real nice.
Something extremely successful individual with their client.
Max armor.
John Bravo, Wes's legal team, they've
So... No, stop talking to the box. It's weird. Got the hot hand today. Espérate. Don't you want to see my ID? Oh, see. Mama lied.
Victim side sends what's known as interrogatories. These are questions that he has to answer under oath. And these questions, of course, can open him up to much worse punishment in the criminal case. So in order for him to...
$1,000 a month when your divorce filings stay up. And now it's stuff less than rent because, you know, saying like, hey guys,
Tear them to pieces.
place and trying to settle the divorce privately. And he's doing all of this while flexing watches and steering wheel. 27 SoundCloud record. But hey, August, it'll probably be a done with plea because if he plays guilty, he'd go back to prison. And you know, he does not want to go back to prison like any of us here. He wants to.
You're getting close. I can smell it. Not literally, of course.
What? Who goes there? Only two. Come on in. Take a load off.
Feliz cumpleaños. I deserve this one. Put her back on target.
What's that? Oh, yes, well done. Extra credit for you. Active and help documentation.
That really don't have any situational awareness, huh?
It's still available. And no, Strauss, you're not driving.
Huh. Word's on here. Calling in a bird to get us the hell out.
Designated evacuation area. Those in the pilot manual show that we cannot land in a sea of reanimated hostiles. This is one. Ready to acquire home invasion. Not bad, Restaurant.
I love her. This thing has dominated
Sam, we have arrived. Let us put the Sentinel artifact to good use.
I trust your approach, and I'm pleased you came along for me. Those who may find Colton Hall remain somewhat insensitive. Enter the men house and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Anywhere else is a miss.
Dazzle a born skeptic by creating life out of thin air?
Indeed, I am, Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete some final arrangements.
Double points. Tear them to pieces.
Just keep getting deader.
Max armor.
This drives them crazy when he uncovers their conspiracy. Notice this: when Fritz counts to 100 during the fake game of hide and seek, Dargis throws him into the river. 26, 97, here I come. Exactly. Last second. You can hear him counting, and the others is spinning. Looking at the large cabin and
Well, kiss my grits. We finally made it to the armpit of Appalachia.
All that matters is that you are alive and in possession of the new artifact.
This is a large property. Where exactly should we take the artifact?
My quantum processing unit is underground. Find a way down to my mainframe chamber.
How about that? Made him even uglier.
I promise the pivotal artifact will deliver results, but using it may prove as difficult as it was to obtain.
Seriously? I swear, Maxis better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the Dark Ether.
Bonus points. Double points. Max ammo.
My mouth set on cherry.
Tear them to pieces.
John, does he that his cat is a cat? Apparently, they say he used to bring his Garfield to the bed because he loved him since high school. For his vet visits are brought to him, but John loves his pets, right? Maybe he's just really dumb. We take everything at face value. He just doesn't know. He doesn't seem to have a job, but he can also his engagement with $200 reward and plane ticket on the spur of the moment. Give it. How? They give it to make sense. It just changes the whole thing. It tells a twisted narrative in which Garfield was sent to John by the British, also that he get closer to Petco using his girlfriend. Upon learning this, Petco strikes back to the field of struggle. Garfield comes and trying to save him from captivity. It's everything. Garfield's process consumes him. Yes, Petco knows that Emma's good. It's Garfield. It tells him that's all.
Your journey was uneventful?
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, I only thought it was worth dragging the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
Enter the men house and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
Smack dead in the gandule.
I promise, the Sentinel artifact will deliver results. But using it may prove as difficult as it was to obtain.
Seriously? I swear, Max has better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the Dark Ether.
Insta-kill.
Come on, dual handheld miniguns with unlimited incendiary ammo. That's nice. That's real nice. Better not be wasting my time here. Got the hot hand today.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo. Bonus points.
Tossing Semtex grenade. Dirt nap for you.
not dead if the ether reactors go critical. Deal with them while I confront Sam.
Remember to use your inside voice with her. Carrot, not stick.
Sergei, you deserve to know. Nexus was obliterated in the Dark Ether. There was never any chance of saving her.
People are quitting Mario Kart. This is scary to hear, and this is something that I've been looking at for a couple of weeks now, and even a couple of weeks after it came out. It's approaching 2 months now since Mario Kart came out very soon, about a week, and it's already starting to lose a lot of its players. Now, there's no accurate way of really checking this, since it's a game, we can't see the charts and stuff, and what's actually going on, how many people are already playing online, or just the game in general. But I've been seeing comments literally just weeks after the game came out from you guys and from other people online saying they dropped Mario Kart after about a week or two when it released. And that was like, super confusing to me. I'm somebody that wasn't even really fond of the game from the beginning, and I told you that it had tons of problems. In fact, I'm still working on a very, very extensive review. A lot of you have been asking about that. It is about halfway done. I had to take a pause for Donkey Kong Bonanza content. I wanted to just play that because I myself needed a break from Mario Kart World and wanted to play something else. But yeah, if it wasn't for my content that I did on Mario Kart World, honestly, I don't know if I would have been playing anywhere near as long as I personally did. But yeah, a lot of people were quitting very, very quickly, and I remember seeing messages saying, we're just all waiting for Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm waiting for Bonanza. I'm waiting for Bonanza. And it was kind of a scary thing to see, because this is a brand new Mario Kart game. We haven't had a brand new Mario Kart game in 11 years since Mario Kart 8 originally released on the Wii U. So I felt like this would have been one of the biggest deals for Nintendo ever. And honestly, I'm not seeing that. It's weird. It's almost as if they waited so long people just don't care anymore. But I feel like the main reason they don't care is just the state of the game. Right now, you can go online and you probably won't get more than 15, 16 players to fill a lobby out of the 24 that should be filling the lobby. And there's a lot of times I get way, way less. Honestly, if you go play battle mode right now, you'll probably only get like 6 to 7 real players, which is crazy. I just realized that the other day, I'm not a big fan of battle whatsoever, especially
You got someone who needs to die?
within this game, and they just made it, completely irrelevant.
Join me at the fight, compadre.
And also for the review that I'm writing, and battle mode is just insane. It is completely and utterly and
Pokemon Z was real. This is not a joke. I'm about to break it all down. The cancelled Pokemon Z, the development timeline, and what really happens to the upgraded version of X and Y. First, a massive shout out to MD Travis, who I worked with directly to make this video possible. And if you guys enjoy videos like this, don't forget to subscribe. Your support motivates me to bring you these stories. With that being said, let's start by looking at how Game Freak planned out their upgraded versions, and how Pokemon Z came to develop in the first place. So how it went at its up until Generation 8, whenever Game Freak developed its game titled, they would plan on picking up and upgrade more upgraded versions to the close of the base generation title. For example, removing Sapphire and placeholder entries for Emerald without including upgraded titles, and actually included the Gen 2 remix before even listing these themselves. And Black and White included entries for a second set of Black and White titles. But when it came to the development of X and Y, Game Freak added 4 extra entries into the base version of the game, and this resulted in 4. And now, 2 of those you mentioned came out at the beginning of December, and the other 2 were left together. That's how the first 2 games
I need to reclaim the Sentinel artifact. Stabilizing the ether reactors would be an ideal use of your time.
Lazar, stop Sam. We will handle the rest.
Sergei, you deserve to know. Nexus was obliterated in the Dark Ether. There was never any chance of saving her.
She was a warrior, a soldier. She understood the risks. You are not.
But I feel what she felt. She treasured you, and so do I.
Fascinating. Perhaps some streak of humanity does indeed lurk deep.
That is a load off your shoulders.
Double points.
If you're hearing this, my name is John Blanchard. Keep your heads on a swivel for Dr. Pericles Panos. He's killed at least one of my teams and is absolutely insane.
Hello. It is nice to meet new friends. Have you been outside? Did you get to see the hedgehog cloud?
Insta-kill.
Now we win. Oh, I will make bad things happen with this.
Tear them to pieces. Max ammo.
I demand my money's worth. Not that you care. One man's trash. Knock your block off, culero. Watch your step, compañeros.
Double points.
They blow up real good, don't they? Throwing Semtex.
Insta-kill.
Bueno. The word that comes to mind is...
Welcome to sub-level 10. Reactor stability is hanging on by a thread. Get to work. Excellent. You even managed to not make things worse.
Give them time. They always do.
Let me guess. Now we're even more fucked? Why did I think you idiots would be able to handle this? It appears you have found the culprit.
Not a good place to hang around.
Particle accelerator has leveled out. Ether reactor is out of the critical zone. I hope you're done wreaking havoc on my accelerator, as we now have a new problem. Sam has blocked access to Tower 3. I'll try to get you in, but there's something in the mutant research lab I need.
I regret all I put you through. But now I can finally have a life. Do not try to take that from me.
Yes. Think of all you suffered to bring back Maxis, when she knew all along it was impossible. All I ask is that you unmurder my family.
the East, Environment Canada issued heat warnings for regions in 7 provinces. That's fueling those extreme fire conditions. The most serious in Newfoundland and Labrador, where 5 wildfires are burning out of control. The most serious one in the province's southeast has grown in size. Add to that a new wildfire in Newfoundland, not far from St. John's, started just this afternoon, and it's moving fast. It could force evacuations for thousands of people in the area. Heather Gillis has more on this dangerous and evolving situation.
The wildfire situation in Newfoundland and Labrador is intensifying. Nearly 14,000 people in communities outside St. John's are on alert as a new fast-moving fire gains ground.
Everybody in this area must be prepared to receive an evacuation order on any moment's notice.
The smoke is a stone's throw away from home.